meeting. Okay, recording in progress now. And welcome to the Mateo County Coastside Design Review Committee meeting. The Design Review Committee, as established in the zoning regulations, is appointed by the board supervisors. Today is Thursday, July 13th, 2023, and now is 12:42 p.m. This hearing consists of 3 projects for better recording quality and orderliness of this meeting. Please put your phone on silence, avoid chatting or whispering in the audience, and wait for my prompt before you speak on any matters related to this agenda. This meeting is being audio recorded. There are 2 opportunities for the public to speak, including the oral communications for matters not on agenda, and a separate public comment session for each project on the agenda. Please review the agenda to identify which project you wish to speak on and the time of that item. For the fairness of this meeting and due to the large amount of speakers, please limit your speech to 3 minutes or less, which will be strictly enforced. And you will be respectfully asked to stop speaking after 3 minutes. The chair will open public comment sessions during the public comment period for oral communications for items not on the agenda and for each item on the regular agenda. I will first read comments received before the meeting into the record for those who are not present this meeting. For those attending this meeting in person, speaker forms are available on the blue chair in the rear of this room. Please fill out a speaker form and provide it to me before each public comment section. For those on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature to raise your hand to speak on an agenda item. For those joining by phone, please press *9 to indicate your desire to speak. Please provide your speaker form. Raise your hand or press *9 on your device before each public comment session, and late speaker requests will not be accepted. Please note that members of the public must wait for my prompt in connection with each agenda item before speaking. Also, you cannot speak on an agenda item that's later in this meeting. When you hear your name or last 4 digits of your phone number called, I'll prompt you to come to the front podium or unmute your account, and then inform that you may begin speaking. I will then ask you to state your name, address, and email address for the record. For those joining by phone, pressing *6 will mute or unmute your microphone. The Design Review Committee's decision for item 1, 2, and 3 today, if any, will be only recommendations regarding project compliance with the design review guidelines and standards, and not the final decision on this project. The decision of which will take place at a later date. The City RC does not review matters related to zoning regulations, local coastal policies, and general plan, and will only review project based on the design review guidelines and standards. For example, concerns regarding a possible environmental impact or parking compliance issue may not be addressed in this meeting. The City RC will only review the design and architectural aspects of the project based on the design review guidelines and standards. Depending on the scale and scope of changes, continued projects may be placed on the next month's agenda if revisions are submitted to the county by the end of business day, Friday, July 21st, 2023. Applicants should be noted that continuous letters may not be available by that day and are encouraged to take note of the committee's feedback. The next Coastside Design Review Committee meeting will be held on Thursday, August 10th, 2023. Item 1 of the agenda today is the roll call. Rebecca Ketkin.
Present.
Beverly Garrity. Not present. Mark Stackmeyer. Present. Linda Patterson. Not present. John Statman. Not present. With that, I turn it over to the chair.
The masses. The Coastside Design Committee (CDRC) is appointed by the Board of Supervisors to ensure that new development is compatible with physical settings and the site, the visual character of the neighborhood, and provide a platform for the neighborhood residents to communicate their concerns for the communities of Montero, Moss Beach, Okanada, Miramar, and Richmond. Continuing old business is demonstration of scale straight poles that shelved a year ago, June, and I just want to bring it up each time to get it on the record that we're still interested in it being going to the planning commission. The demonstration of scale images will accurately represent all sizes of property along immediate adjacent structures. In the case of the demonstration of scale where the pictorial rendering is used, it must include the structures on all three sides or the actual depiction of the surrounding areas in the rendering of the scale. Planners are supposed to emphasize this to the applicants, and I noticed on both of these today, anyone probably. So we can send them away. Planning commission of the design standards update, according to Camille, is still, they approved the C1 height limitations, but the design standards that we updated last year are still, she's still pushing to get it in front of the planning commission to. So Mark then is going to be is joining us soon. Let's keep them again. We're looking for architects. I was thinking of a bigger crowd here today. CRBC positions. We're really looking for some representatives from Moss Beach to join the committee on the CRBC. I think you have Mark is going to be one, and I think there's maybe an alternate.
Yeah, just San Mateo representative on July 11th. They recommended appointments of myself, Rebecca Michael, who's for Moss Beach Alternative, and then Kate Shea for Elmer. So there's three folks that were recommended for appointment by the
Camille's not here.
Oh, community at that corner, and then,
Did you know about all these?
do you have any updates on this new position?
Two applicants? Other one one.
There was three individuals moved forward for recommendation for appointment by the mayor on July 11th.
Board agenda? Yeah. Okay, so they just have to all take the.
So you don't know, yeah, Madam, you don't know anything.
Yeah.
You don't, I didn't know that there was other applicants, you know.
Do you remember their names?
Yeah, Rebecca Michael and Kate Shea. Kate Shea is.
I think Kate Shea might have backed out,
That's the other.
but do you know whether they were, see, I'm not sure, I have to check with our staff to see whether the other two were formally appointed, but it sounds like they were. And then they would just have to take them back.
It was just kind of surprising. Right? I'm gonna go lead them through some of this so we can get them in here. Okay, well, thank you. Yeah.
And on the demonstration scale, I did post on Nextdoor, we got 75 signatures. There's a healthy discussion about some of the pros and cons. The cons, economic cost and more barriers for development, and it's just another hurdle, and I don't think just work, images.
They should have done it.
Yeah.
And they can be altered, and that's what we've seen in the past so far. Kind of hard to alter it. And it's not, it's a couple $1,000.
Yeah, it's
The
additional.
sculpts are all over. Thank you.
And so it's 75 signatures. I'm not sure if Camille and Glenn, if you'd like us to forward you those signatures.
Has it been that much activity lately?
Not for us.
Because after this meeting, I'll write out to you, I'll reach out to you.
Okay.
And see if something, because I really don't even know what we do with it. Somebody would help us with how to submit it to who, I mean, you bring it to here, maybe Ray. They would accept it.
Yeah, I'd recommend that I can print out and just gather the signatures, and I'll send it over to Camille.
Okay. And the other people aren't getting here for that, but I think Glenn's gonna bring it up too. That They know that this platform here is for basically the design of the neighborhood, of how projects fit in the neighborhood to, according to the mass, the color, their size, and in a neighborhood, and this, it doesn't have anything to do with street. Just infrastructure. And with that sort of thing, so we're not gonna be, we'll probably try to catch up all the other people that are probably gonna be here to, so that we can make it to here before 7. That was good. And so I want to open up to public comment or anything that was just discussed or anything that's not on the agenda.
Third Chair, we are now opening public comments for our communications for matters not on the agenda. For those attending this meeting in person, speaker forms are available on the chair near the entrance. Please provide me with your speaker slip immediately. For those on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature to raise your hand to speak on this agenda item. This item is for our communications for matters not on the agenda. For those joining by phone, please press *9 to indicate your desire to speak. When you hear your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number called, I'll prompt you to come up to the front podium or unmute your account, then inform that you may begin speaking. I will then ask you to state your name, address, and email address for the record. For those joining by phone, pressing *6 will mute or unmute your microphone. As mentioned earlier in this meeting, please limit your speech to 3 minutes or less. This limit will be strictly enforced, and you will be respectfully asked to stop speaking after 3 minutes. We don't have any speaker forms for this item, and I don't see any raised hands from the audience who are on Zoom. And yeah, so I don't see any raised hands or there's one raised hand from raise his hand. So I don't see any raised hands in the audience. Raise his hands again. Sorry. Gary back, please accept I'll allow you to talk, and please mute your microphone, then begin speaking. Please begin by stating your name, address, and email address for the record.
Gary.
Hi, Gary. You may begin speaking. Please unmute yourself. Hi, Gary. Please unmute yourself. Then you'll be.
Okay.
Oh.
I can't really see if I'm even in this meeting or not. So I guess now I got cut off. Okay, now you're back. This on my end, it's not functioning like a normal Zoom meeting. So I can't tell if I'm seeing and hearing everything. So it's not much I can do about that.
Yeah, we can hear you, and we don't have anything shared on the screen right now. So you may begin speaking and start sharing your comments or concerns with us.
Well, my comments are is that the massing and section request questions are repetitive and non-specific, so we're not sure past what we have already submitted what additional information needs to be submitted. So when we were asked to submit sections at the roof line, we did this. When we were asked to revise these, we did this. We've provided as much massing information as we visually can provide from the side. So we're not sure what else, if anything, is needed.
Hey, Gary, can you hear us? And now we're asking if you're talking about a specific project.
He's part of the first team. We haven't started that project.
We haven't started the project yet, Gary. So if you're.
Oh, okay, okay.
So the section we're in right now, that's for matters not on the agenda.
Okay, I'm out then.
I just want to agenda that now we will promote you to panelists once we start reviewing item 1. So please raise your hand, and now I will promote you to panelists once we start reviewing item 1. And I think David Goswick has his hand raised, is one of the architects or project manager for item 1. So I'll promote both of you to panelists once we begin reviewing item 1.
Okay,
Okay, so yeah, so I'll put you on mute for now, and yeah, we'll talk soon. And so for just last call, and do we have any speaker forms for people who want to speak on this item, oral communications for matter not on the agenda? I don't see any raised hands or any speaker forms. So Chair, please indicate if you would like to close public comment for this.
Public comment for the minutes.
Okay, so what now is,
Which one?
Yes.
With the volume down.
Participants were proud.
which one? This one?
But I got it, yeah, he came in very well.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'll turn it on. Okay. And now is, so we're now at 12:57 p.m. and so we have 3 minutes before we start reviewing item 1. So we'll we'll start a 3-minute break. Yeah, we'll start a 3-minute break, and we'll return at 1 p.m. Yeah, so I okay, everyone, we're now at 1 p.m. and that's the scheduled time for item 1 on the agenda today. And so with that, Mark, you can take over by introducing the project.
So project number 1, owner is Calvin and Dolores.
Excuse me, is there a public comment period before the meeting or?
A public comment session will be available after the presentation.
Which
No,
part?
not for this item.
For which one?
Yeah, you just.
A pre-meeting, you know.
We just closed the public comment section for items not on the agenda. If you're seeking to speak about one of the items on the agenda, there's a public comment section near the beginning of each item.
Okay, so this meeting actually started earlier.
This meeting started at 12:30.
Oh, okay, that wasn't well acted. Okay.
Owner Note and Doris Young, applicant Raya Garcia.
Can you speak up, please? Please.
Maybe, I mumble my way through the name. Leanne Briggs Engineering, file number PLN 2020000216, location Palma Street, El Granada. And it says the parcel number 047215340. Consideration of the design review permit recommendation to allow the construction of a new 2,038 square foot, 3-story, single-family residence with an attached 276 square foot, 2-car garage on an existing 5,311 square foot undeveloped legal parcel certified compliant and PLN 2002-00200 associated with the staff of grading permit. Grading permit, the project involves the removal of 6 trees, 685 cubic yards and grading. There's a grading 665 and 200 cubic, 20 cubic yards of fill. CDRC will not render a decision, but will make recommendations regarding the project compliance with the design review standards. Staff will make a decision on the permit and grading permit after July 13th, because the project was scheduled for continuance consideration on September 8th, 2022. The project is not appealable to the Coastal Commission, application being complete June 13th, 2023. Project planner, Glendia. Is there someone that is gonna, is that?
Present the project?
Yeah, so we have the project team here, and now I see a representative from the project team. I also see there are some other team members of the project team participating on Zoom. So I promoted David Glasswood, Gary Back, and Maria Garcia to panelists. So yeah, so please let us know who will be giving us a presentation on this project.
Who's going to present the project?
Who's going to present the project?
Gary Beck will open.
Okay. Yeah, this is Gary Beck, Houston, Texas, Eco Holdings LLC. We're the modeler and the designer for the home. I guess the only open issue that we're understanding is the massing relative to the site. And we've provided responses to that several times. And the most recent request, we're not sure what additional information we should be providing or need to provide past what we've already provided. In the past, we provided a page G-550, which shows the sequence of the design, which was lowered significantly over time as the interpretation of the HOA rules became clearer. So we did that, and then we've provided we've provided elevation views from all sides relative to the existing topography. We're well underneath the 28-foot height restriction.
So can you speak about the specific changes that you've made in response to the continuation letter that you received last time? Can you walk us through them?
We dropped the elevation of the project. We reduced room heights. We moved the project 6 foot forward to move it down the hill, so to speak. And we're well below the 28-foot limit.
Yes, I see that. Do you have a copy of the letter I noticed, or kind of the text, or yeah, there's a say line by line, I think.
It's at the start of that.
Yeah. I see.
It's the second one's the topography.
Yeah,
Don't know what the
I couldn't, if that was directed to me, I couldn't understand that.
I mean, we have your written document where you explain the changes that you made in response to the previous continuation letter. I just wondered if you had anything, point by point, any specifics, but basically you've taken the entire structure and shifted it forward, yes, and reduced plate heights?
Yes,
This is Mireya with Liam Braze Engineering. There is another sheet titled Summary of Changes. Glenn, if you could scroll down, it might be a little
which-
lower. That gives there you go. I think it's a more itemized.
Yeah, I've read it. I just didn't know if you wanted to include any of that information in the presentation.
If you go to page G550,
Mhm.
that's the whole file.
Yeah.
G550.
Yeah, it's the last page.
the G pages are intended for general reference, just additional information.
In fact, probably the fourth, yeah, that's the one.
So you addressed all of these items?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the blue line is,
Right.
the first design that we have when in for the hearing, we got the recommendation and feedback from the committee, to come back and we drop the house and, drop the house down to make it the best, massive connection to the site. But we got additional feedback on the second round, we come back, take that into consideration. We step the house so that it's more in line with the site instead of one front. So the front will step back in the garage, and then the second level step back, kind of like going into this like concept. The commission also recommended keep that, we did the push. You can see over time, everything just got pushed back, just reduce the height of it, and stepping the design so that it's more inside design concept that we took into consideration from the feedback.
So clarifying questions. I think I can probably say that, but. We could just open it up to community comment, and I think we went to the staff, and I don't have any, I think most of my questions are more into stuff.
Then you want to open up
Great. Okay, third chair, we're now opening public comment for item number 1. No correspondence was received prior to this meeting. For those attending this meeting in person, speaker forms available. Blue chair in the rear. Please provide me with your speaker slip immediately. For those on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature to raise your hand to speak on this agenda item. For those joining by telephone, please press *9 to indicate your desire to speak. Please provide your speaker form. Raise your hand or press *9 on your device immediately. And late speaker forms or speaker requests will not be accepted. When you hear your name or last 4 digits of your phone number called, I will prompt you to come up to the front podium or unmute your account and inform that you may begin speaking. I will then ask you to state your name, address, and email address for the record. For those joining by phone, pressing *6 will mute or unmute your microphone. As mentioned earlier in this meeting, please limit your speech to 3 minutes or less. This time limit will be strictly enforced, and you will be respectfully asked to stop speaking, after 3 minutes. Okay, Richard Goswick, please accept this request, unmute your microphone and begin speaking. Please begin by stating your name, address, and email address for record. And Richard, if I remember correctly, you're also part of the project. Richard, you may begin speaking. Please unmute yourself. Richard, please unmute your account. If you're on Zoom, you can click the unmute button. If you're using your telephone, you can press *6 to mute or unmute your microphone.
Okay, how about now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
My name's Richard Goswick. My email address is rgoswick77429@gmail.com. My address is 14707 Cantwell Bend, Cypress, Texas, 77429.
Okay, thank you.
And I just wanted to add in that we've done everything we can. We've lowered the roof ceiling height. We've extended the property and staggered it to try to blend as best we can. We've even, to accommodate a next door neighbor who was worried about windows looking into their property, we redesigned the floor plan and moved one of the third bedroom from the second floor down to the first floor. We've done everything we can to try to cooperate. Looking at the designs of the neighborhood, even a property I just came up to me today from Zulu, is next door that when selling 447 Palmer Street, just a few streets down, is a 3-story with the garage on the bottom and 2 floors above, just like what we have, except theirs is straight vertical. I think it was built about 2001, but the neighborhood has a variety of floor plans and elevations that you can see throughout. And I think ours would fit in nicely with the garage recessed below property, the ground level. It really, actually, I think when it's built and landscaping is in, it will not stand out like a sore thumb, but I think it'll blend in nicely.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you.
Okay, we don't. Yeah, so I call upon all raised hands for speaking on this item. For those on Zoom, are there any other persons who wish to speak on this item? Item number 1. If so, I will provide a few more seconds in case there are others who would like to raise your hands to speak on this item. As a reminder for those joining by telephone, please press *9 to raise your hand. Okay, I don't see any raised hands. I don't see any raised hands on Zoom, and I don't have any speaker forms for this item. So Chair, please indicate if you'd like to post public comment for item number 1. Okay.
Can you tell me the Wi-Fi code so I can get on here so I can pull these up on my phone? I'll do it after this project. I can do it for the project. I just didn't see all the drawings here. So what I was looking for, front elevation. Do you have one that you can show up there?
Okay, I can put it up.
Yeah, I can. So. And again?
Can that be shared? That screen be shared?
Okay, yeah, I can share my screen.
It's just not.
Oh, there's not a screen.
There's not a straight on front elevation, is there? Yeah, that's what I was looking for. So I guess I have a question for the applicant, which is, I can see that you reduced the height and that you stepped the elevation. That feels like the roof forms are, to me, it feels like they're more successfully stepping with the landscape. But am I correct that what you've done is you've just sunk the first floor above the garage, you've sunk that plate height down into the grade and you're, creating some retaining walls around the pathway around the structure? Is that how you're handling it?
Yes,
And so are there not gonna be some changes to the landscape plan, resulting from that?
For the landscape, the concept of the screening, everything will be the same. Doesn't make we're concerned about privacy. You know, or the tree might be so high to block the view, so the landscape has addressed on the last, middle, everything change, that doesn't change from here. So we address both the privacy and potentially view, corridor. From the not behind, so don't have to address that.
So I guess what I'm wondering about, if you look at the 3D A000.1, yeah, the version that you have, the lower drawing there, looks like the house is really sunken into the hillside. It looks like the entry doors, or I guess that's not the primary entry, the secondary entry doors, it looks like that floor is almost 3 feet subgrade. Is that correct?
that's probably about right.
And so then when you step out of those doors, you have just a narrow pathway and then a retaining wall?
You have a walkway and a retaining wall.
And then a large kind of sunken courtyard in the rear?
And
Yes.
that retaining wall on the side, if you look at the property from the street side, on the left hand side, the west side, the retaining height is ranging from 0 to 2 feet, and for the back wall 3 or something, so it's not. Really
Okay, it's only 3 feet high, okay.
So the highest is the back corner, and the front wall 0 up to 1.5 to 2.
Yeah, so, and I'm assuming that that's something we did in response to the feedback that we got of the committee here before around the height of the structure. And as I recall from seeing this before, we had concerns about it feeling like the house was just kind of floating on top of the landscape, and there had been a suggestion made to consider a step floor plate. So it looks like the way that you responded to that was just by sinking everything down, which I think, is pretty successful. It feels like, it feels like stepping might have yielded something that was better for the interior spaces on the first floor here, but if you guys are comfortable with the amount that this is sunk into the hillside in the back, I don't think I have a problem with it. I see that you reduced the number of steps at the front. I think that that's, there's some improvement in terms of the front access. And were you on the committee before we were able to do this? I think it is. There was a little more jogging to the staircase, and largely the concerns we had before were around, this was higher. So it kind of felt like it was a 2-story house, just like really made for a flat lot that was put onto a steeply sloped lot. And I agree with the applicant. You see a lot of houses on these steep lots that do have the garage in this position. So I do feel like a lot of improvements have been made. I still feel that when you come to the front entry, and I don't see a front elevation, so I'm just working from the rendering, and I know that renderings are not always 100% accurate, but it feels like you come up to this front balcony and then you enter here, and this still feels really floating to me. I think I'd be interested in potentially seeing this enclosed underneath up from this retaining wall back over just this area, so the front entry volume feels like it's touching the ground. Oh,
This portion, right?
yeah, this is the area that I'm just see that one? Glasses and math, challenging. Yeah, I'll try for the next one to get my own system up. So I'm wondering what's happening, if you can see the mouse moving around in this area here, and if there would be a way to enclose underneath to the right of the garage, but behind the stairs, and possibly even pulling down the articulation of the columns so that they felt that they were reaching down to the ground. Is that something that you would be open to? That's a question to the applicant.
I don't understand what the question is. You're saying you want the columns at the entry to go to the ground?
I guess what I'm saying is that, one of the issues that I had with this the first time that I looked at it was that it felt like a two-story house designed for a flat lot, that was placed on a deeply sloped lot, and that the floor plate wasn't doing anything to, move with the earth. And I can see that you've made a lot of moves here to step, the entry is stepped back now, the roof lines are stepping up. I think the roof lines are really successfully working with the landscape. But when I look at the front facade, it still feels like the house is just kind of floating cantilevered out over the garage. And so I'm wondering, obviously, it needs to be open from this line left in order to allow cars to come in.
Yeah.
Yeah, but from this line to the right, I'm wondering if instead of this fascia just continuing across, if there could be, if this block wall could jog out to the face of the balcony, so the balcony felt like it was supported down to the ground instead of floating. If that's not.
This is Mireya with Liam Brace. I think I understand what you're talking about. Glenn, if you could go over to sheet G550.
Yeah.
Rebecca, whether that's ever goes back towards.
Yes, I'm not talking about enclosing underneath the whole staircase. I'm talking about enclosing underneath the balcony.
I think, yeah.
Yes, it's moving, but there is a piece small.
G550.
And it's not moving, I'm sure it's going on, but let's give you a few seconds.
Oh, yeah.
This is A sheet.
Yeah, that's the one.
The sheet with the yellow highlighted, that's the one. Could zoom in. I just wanted to clarify that the entry to the first floor and the patio area are recessed, from where the garage building face is. So in the rendering, it might look like it's cantilevered over, but in reality, it is more recessed from the garage entry. I'm not exactly sure on the side, that's on the entry side. Gary, if you could explain a little bit more.
This way, if we look at sheet A-100,
Mhm.
if you look at the wall that contains the front entry door, does that wall continue down to grade?
Are you there, Gary?
Yeah, okay, the garage wall says garage wall below dotted red lines. I understand what you're saying, but the grade to the right, it's not really, there's a small cantilever. It's quite small, but we're at the building line, front building line there. You can see the 20-foot building setback coming across. I guess, we're where the entry is, we're a little bit behind the building line.
Right, all I'm asking is if there is a wall where the wall is that meets the ground plane, it's just straight, yeah, there we go. So it's just straight across and then the entry is recessed and then the balcony just extends out a few feet. Then this.
Yeah, to answer your question, I think that is it.
Yeah.
If we have entered for people to break that height, would that be okay?
Yeah, I think that if there were.
So if
I'm just certain, thank you, that's very helpful.
So I think you're concerned if this much loading are relative to this.
Yeah, and it makes it feel like the whole front entry, which has that heavy, top cap, is just floating.
So if we do fencing area to
Yeah.
break down that, would that be acceptable to the committee? Is that happening this wall?
Well, it would improve your landing area anyway. It'd be a really good design, architectural change for you anyway.
So we can still have the entrance at this level.
Yes, I
Yeah,
don't have a problem with
visually-
where the entrance is, I'm just wondering visually how it feels like it connects to the ground, because there's the, as you, this is perfect. You see there's a wall that comes out to the right, but it kind of cuts at an angle to the stairs, and then the stairs jog back, and it feels like there's this big open space which is partially covered under there, so I'd like to see that area resolved, yeah, I'd just like to see that area resolved a little bit.
Do you want a wall underneath that so it is not cantilevered? Is that what you're saying?
So my first question was if you would be open to a wall, but I think the suggestion of a planter bed there that came down to the ground was actually a great
Yeah,
one.
so break it down, we have
Yeah,
it
I'd just like to
visually.
see that visually connect, and then I guess that the columns are set further back, so it's fine if the columns stop at the deck, but I would like to see that somehow connect. And the wall which is shown jutting out into the staircase, seems like that may just be a matter of the software, it seems like that would kind of follow the angle of the stairs. Wall which is rendered as like a block wall, here.
Yeah.
Can this angle just follow the line of the stairs, and then can this come down and be enclosed either with a wall or a planting bed? I think that would, if this wall, instead of jogging back, if this wall came down straight, or came forward with something that was more landing or more planting bed, to me, then it would feel that the entry is sitting on the ground instead of floating in the air, and I think that that would feel better resolved. So that's sort of my first discussion point around that. I think that would also help the proportions for that to feel like it had more of a base. Sorry, I know it's hard to talk and do math. So I'd like to see that feel like it has more of a base to feel more grounded. And then the second consideration I wanted to bring up is that we have a gable expression at the highest group. There's a gable expression that has this outrigger. And then there's another gable that doesn't have any outrigger over here. And then there's these two gables on the front and on the side. And I think there's, using out maybe another one on this side.
But-
It's a little light. So I guess I'd be interested in seeing 1, 2, 3 different expressions of the gable unified. And maybe losing this cap piece here so that the front entry and the side entries were maybe following more of this language, or you could pick whichever one you wanted, but I'd like to see those expressions unified a little
Sure.
bit. Is there one of those forms that?
What do you want it to be? Can you pick one and tell us which one you would like?
Sure, I like the outrigger. What do you like?
So that the outrigger would look a little odd here because it's so short on the circular window.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, the circular window, what I like is that it be open, not closed. And then if this outrigger is only happening in this one location, is it structural? It's structural because of.
We can take that off. It's not necessary structurally because these are SIP panels. The structural engineer will deal with it, so we could take that off. That's the simplest solution, is to take that off. Then they're similar looking. Did I lose you? Am I gone?
I hear you, Gary.
I don't hear them.
I hear
I
you
don't know
too.
either.
I think they might have, it's a little frozen on my end as well.
So is the meeting gone?
Let me text Chris.
Is this normal that, we came in for one issue about massing, but now we're getting into architectural elements? I mean,
But that's minor. If that's all we need to do, then we're good.
Yeah, I think these are minor. I think we've addressed the larger comments. But let me see, I'm texting Chris. No response yet. We might still be as part of the meeting because I see 15 participants.
okay.
We didn't have time run out, did we?
No, I don't think so. I think maybe it's just the. Oh,
Glitch.
I hear somebody. Hello, Glenn.
Did you call him on his phone?
Oh wait, Glenn is back.
Yeah, hi everyone, sorry that we got disconnected from internet and now we're back and this meeting is now being audio recorded. We have resumed recording and yeah, so we may resume the meeting.
No, it's the two for the older, the two for this was the first time we go to this.
Okay.
And four seems to question about eight, lower case.
Okay, sorry, can the applicants hear us again now?
Rich?
On our panelists?
Oh, you're there, I'll be good.
They are on.
Oh, yeah, there.
Hi, sorry, we lost you. Do you have you again now?
Hi Gary. are you
This is
still
Richard.
here?
I can hear you.
It's very echoey. So sorry if we don't respond. It's just hard to listen.
Understand
Yeah.
what we're hearing.
Talk slowly.
Okay.
Yeah, let's try talk slowly so the Zoom participants can hear us clearly.
I think it's higher than it was. So, Mark and I are talking about how in order to address the concerns that came up previously, the whole structure has sunk down into the hillside a little bit. Which I appreciate the attempt to bring down the height, and I think that what you've done with the roofs is really very successful. It does feel like there's kind of a canyon being created along the sideline, along the side here. And I know you just said there's a 3-foot maximum retaining wall, but from the record, it looks like the retaining wall at the back of the patio is much higher than that. And I really appreciate that you were trying to bring the height down in response to what you were asked to do here at this committee. And it's not really a problem for the neighborhood, but I just wonder how high that retaining wall actually is at the back of the patio, and if that's what you guys want.
Yes, I can.
Yeah.
We are 1'9" below, 1'9" below the 28-foot limit. So if we want to make the retaining wall less, we could raise, say, 1.5 feet.
2.0.
We were referring to maybe stepping it back like 2 to 1, so a couple of steps.
At this point over here is a 3-foot wall, so 0, that is 0 over here. And that And this one, we put a 7.145.
And what about at the very back of the courtyard at the back? Yeah, what's, how tall is that?
We have 4.25, so this one should lower, and the existing sits right at the 4.25.
4.25 feet.
4.25, and
Okay.
that will change the grading.
Oh, just on the regular.
Yeah,
If those are 16-inch blocks.
but if you look at A500, can you talk a little bit A500?
8,500.
A500, this sheet. So if we look at the left facing elevation.
Sure, the retaining height 4.25, we have a good 6 inches for freeboard to catch the water from the back, so actually that, 4.75.
Okay. And so looking at the elevation, the left, the west facing elevation, the line that I'm seeing, is that the line that's shown as the top of the earth patch? That's not, is that the line of natural grade? That's not the line where the retaining wall is gonna take, is it? Here, I mean. This one here is what makes the house look like that floor is halfway buried. And I'm wondering if that's the line that the retaining wall is going to follow, or if the retaining wall is going to be 6 inches above that line, or if
It's different, that would not be.
I
So what
don't
is
know
that?
if Gary can, I don't know if Gary can hear you. This is Richard. But I believe the
What-
black
what-
line is the
what-
retaining wall. Okay, Gary.
The earth grade is the earth grade from the topographic survey. That is the grade at that point.
You're gonna do some grading, right?
Yes, we need some grading and.
This is the grade as the site occurs, and then there's going to be landscaping, but the landscaping detail between the top of the retaining wall and the top of the finished grade is something that can be decided, but it's how you detail that to make sure that that retaining wall is tall enough to manage the grade, and what type of particular materials you might use at that grade elevation. That's up to both structural, who will do the landscape wall, and to landscaping.
I understand, but there's supposed to be a
The purpose of this drawing was to show the elevations.
I understand, so what I'm wrestling with a little bit is that, this elevation looks like the main floor of habitation of your building is half buried in the earth. And
Yes, it
I'm
is.
thinking that's not an ideal condition.
Well, the elevation is from the side of the lot.
Right, so I guess what I'm trying to understand, and since you guys haven't submitted an updated landscape plan, I'm wrestling to have the information I need, is what is the actual relationship between the finished grade and the building on this side?
I can answer that for you.
Please.
Okay, so we, the grade, existing grade very naturally going uphill on this side. At this door over here, the finish, if you walk out the door, that is 132.17, so 132.2 inches. The grade outside existing, which the wall is gonna be about 134, so that's about 2 feet or so higher. So this one, yeah, the house up there a little bit, but not that massive.
Okay.
So about 2 feet. I think it's a door right here, it's about 2 feet.
So I wonder if we could find some language about a stepped retaining wall that is no more than 2 or 3 or whatever we want to go and keep above the finished floor at the structure, so that for whoever's living in this house, that those windows, aren't.
Right, so if you do a 2-to-1, it becomes a 45 sort of thing, and then it cuts down your structural needs. Because if you stay under 2 feet or under 4 feet, then you don't have to have it engineered.
Mhm.
So if you came up 1 foot, went into up 1, it became a planter, but it also becomes a daylight plane sort of thing into that area.
We massage that a little bit and yeah, we did massage that a little bit. We just want not to have to steepness from here to here. Yeah, so, and I think for 2 feet high, something the wall would be here.
Yeah.
And then if we walk out even here, it would not be like a wall blocking our view, but with more, we would be this way. So it's still open, for the usage, of the people in the house. So it's not like, here, blocking the view.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you know what I'm saying. And that first one go in 2 feet, well, 1 foot, go in 2 feet, and then take your other foot.
So you can put the retaining walls.
The retaining walls,
We
yeah.
definitely can look at
You
that.
can go all the way around and it becomes a nice landscaping area and opens up that feeling, takes away the crowding.
So you're thinking, instead of, continue up, it just stepping.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if you keep going, as you get further to the back, you start to keep moving back, and it gives it more life, even.
Yeah, I mean, I'm aware you guys are here for the third time, and we really want to try and keep this to small moves, I think, that'll help us, get you through. You've made some pretty big moves that have brought the building down, and I think that the issues around roof forms and articulation and massing, I feel like a lot of that has been successfully addressed. I think if you look at the structure, macro level, the roof lines are following natural grade a lot better than they were before. But because the structure itself is still just straight floor plates, which resulting in the back feeling buried. And I think that we can probably address that through some moves to ground front entry and then step in of the landscape walls so that the back of the structure doesn't feel buried. Actually going to result in back patio that's kind of buried, but at least that
Well, you
is
can keep that,
private
keep that
and
moving all the way around.
yeah, with the walls. I mean, I think we probably hit the back where we hit it, but it would be a sort of nice private patio. That's the design that, here's where.
Yeah, it's
Because we usually look at like this feels. Here we're saying the wall, it feels like it's 6 feet high or something. Yeah.
Is the idea of raising the house 1.5 feet not possible?
Well, I think that it's problematic if the garage gets 1.5 feet taller, and the whole house gets 1.5 feet taller. I think the moves you've made make the structure feel a lot more successful from the street face than it did before. Certainly, I think that the volume under the rearmost roof.
I'm not quite understanding. Is it, we, in order to solve the retaining wall concern, we can't raise the house 1.5 feet, right? That's the kind of.
I think that's an option we could talk about, but I think that would then, the design you're presenting today addresses a lot of concerns that we had last time, and some of those concerns were around how tall the structure felt at the front and how it felt like it was really it still feels to me like we could, and this is normal, floor plates are uniform from front to back, but because we have a very steeply sloped slab and a house that's from front to back, all at the same floor plate level, if you raise it up, you're just making it taller in the front. If the design lent itself to some kind of stepping in the back, I certainly think it would be nice to see the back stepped up, but actually you don't have any access from the back of the house to that patio. Everyone's going around the sides to get to it anyhow. This is these bathrooms back here.
If I may
Yeah,
jump in, the back of the wall, the rendering, earlier the elevation view, it showed the wall a bit higher than it should be. So the max, and we have is 4.9 inches, that's the visible part from the bottom to the top. The physical, like the visible part is 4.9 inches, and then it stepped down, we can step it down, we can slope that down, so that's the max we have, so it's not like it's really buried at 2 feet or something.
Yeah.
4.9.
I think I don't have a problem with that. How do you feel
Okay,
about it?
I'm all right, I mean, as long as they, yeah.
Well, what I'm hearing is they would probably like to make the whole thing taller, and that would help address this concern, but then I think it would go back to presenting more problems in the front. I mean, proportionally, the scale of this is feeling better to me, especially if we lighten up these things. So I think that if we step the wall and maybe condition some limits to how high this is, I mean, it's true, you could slope up to that wall, but then you're gonna have more water coming into the back wall of your house. And this space does seem more usable if it's flat. So I think that those are really I feel like those would address my concerns. I do want to revisit, just because it's a long time since we looked at this project. You have two different sidings shown. You have this mist gray and this darker gray shingle. So can you just clarify for me where the shingle is distributed on the siding? Because mostly when I'm looking at the elevations, what I'm seeing is the mist horizontal siding. And then there's, at the rear, there's portions of the rear elevation that don't show, that are just white, that don't show any.
Material finishes and colors are shown on A-500.1. The renderings are an approximation and they're limited by what the software can do. We weren't trying to create photorealistic renderings, but I think the best reference for colors, textures, finishes, etc., is page A500.1.
I see those, and I don't have, I'm fine with the palette that you've chosen. What I'm wondering is the second siding is represented on that, the staggered edge shingle. If we
Yeah,
go
that
back
was
to
on- that was-
8-500.
That was used for the gable end walls, some of the gable end walls, some of the smaller walls.
So can you show me on
We can-
A-500 where that appears?
I think the builder would be happy, could do it all in one type, one or the other.
No, I think we would like to see both types, and what I'm wondering is, if you look at drawing 2 on A-500, you see how the gable ends there, are shown, those upper walls are shown as white, and then the walls below look like the horizontal siding. What's intended for the upper floor there? Are the areas that are shown as white intended to be the shingle, and the areas that are shown as striped
You
intended to
see
be the
that
siding?
the key at the bottom says the key item, type finish, material color. You have a WL for hardy plank lap siding. You have a WS for hardy shingle staggered panel. So those, the letter designations, I know there's some of those tags got double for some. We can revisit this if we need to clear it up, but I mean, that's the original key.
I'd like to see it clarified so that I could understand. I think that the two sidings that you have selected and the white trim are fine. I'm happy with those. And then is there also exposed CMU on the garage wall, or what is that
It's
material?
split face.
Stone?
Split face CMU.
Okay, but we don't have that represented on A-500.1, do we?
I thought that was a request. I thought that was a request from the Architectural Review Committee to have that be split face.
I just need to see an image of what it looks like on the page, and to know what color it's going to be.
It's gray split face concrete, unless, we talked about not painting this for environmental concerns. So it's just split face CMU. It's the same color as a CMU, except it's split face.
Okay, can it be darker than the ash gray?
No,
No, it's lighter. Do you have an image that you could possibly share? Yeah.
you can do that. I mean, the owner and the builder can make a change if they want, but we're trying to have materials that are not coated, not stained, things like that. So natural
I
materials is
appreciate
possible.
that, but we're supposed to record here what the materials are, so I'm just trying to get some clarity around what your intention is for them. So I feel like if that is a split face CMU and it can be conditioned to be one tone darker than the medium gray, which, yeah, looks available based on Mark doing some quick web searching here. And then if we could condition that the final drawings will clearly delineate the primary and secondary siding locations. I guess
And
my
we can spend more time on that. That's okay. We can.
yeah, and then, you know, personally.
I mean, is this conditional that we have to submit again and then we go through this process again, or is this just, this is what you want to see?
What I'm trying to get at is, that if we can arrive through this discussion at some agreement about things that, the committee thinks would improve the design and that you're comfortable making, then we can make a conditional approval.
Okay.
Whereby you don't have to come back here again, you just have to end up with a design that does the things that we're talking about here in this discussion.
That's fine. Just if the owner and the builder can provide a list, we'll just do it.
Well,
Sure.
we would,
Conditional fine.
so we would have to make those agreements. So let me finish going through the things that would make me feel comfortable. And then I'll talk with Mark a little bit and make sure that he also feels comfortable. And then if you guys are comfortable with what we are both asking to see, then you can request a vote. And if we then vote, then we would be voting to approve your project conditionally upon these things, and then you would get a letter saying that you recommended for approval, conditional upon X, Y, and Z, and then when you submit for your building permit application, you would have those revisions made and your staff planner will review again to make
Sure,
sure.
that's
That's
totally
So
reasonable
what
and
you're
fair.
saying is there will be after we make these changes, there will be another review?
Not another hearing, but when you go to your building permit application, planning staff will use the building permit application. Right, Glenn?
I'm good with that.
Subsequent to
I'm
this
good with
meeting,
that.
assuming the CRC recommends your project for approval, the next step is for staff to draft a decision letter. And if there's any conditions, they will be included in the decision letter. And you can address those conditions and comments from CDRC at the building stage.
So the things that we've outlined already, would be adding a wall or planter bed, in front of the front entrance so that it feels grounded to the earth, and changing the, form of the covered gables so that all of the gables are open-end gables, and stepping the landscape walls along the side pathways towards the back, so that there's, we might include some language saying that as you're along the building, the floor plate is never more than 3 feet deep in the ground, even if the wall gets a little bit deeper as you're out on the rear patio. And then the last thing that we're talking about now is I'd like to see more uniformity and more clarity among the drawing set around where the secondary siding is. And so I was gonna say, my personal feeling is that I never like to see siding materials change at an outside corner. I like to see either, say, the first floor is siding and the second floor above the roof forms a shingle, or that a volume terminates at an inside corner with a change of material. I don't think we would need to get that specific in the letter. I'm just saying that we would want to see that there's, you know, maybe at least 30% of the structure with the secondary siding instead of the primary siding or something like that, just to make sure that we have, you know, that it's not just deployed in one little place, that it's deployed in a kind of unified way across the structure. And then lastly, that we have with the next submittal an image for the split face CNU. And if you're going with this kind of light gray and medium gray, my suggestion would be that that split face CNU is one step darker than the medium gray siding that we're using.
Okay.
And that's a lot of small things. and here's a really, really small thing that I don't know if you feel the same idea about it, Mark. The circle windows, the trim around them looks really big to me, which makes them look a little bit proportionally larger than I think they would be more successful with smaller trim around them. We could just make that a suggestion, because that's pretty subjective. But I feel like with those things that I would be satisfied.
Yeah, the other one is that you do have the two shingles indicated on the drawing, on your sheet, but it'd be interesting to move those around a little bit on the building to help break it up. You know, just to define like certain dormer areas or pop-out areas to help with shadow lines, things like that. It just helps with the mass a lot.
Do you think we want to get specific and like go around the building and think about where that would be most successful, or do we just want to have some language around,
20%.
yeah, 20% the shingle? I mean, I do, you know, you have this volume with the circle window above the front entry. That seems like an ideal candidate to potentially be shingle, right? You're also showing under the prime gable, the same view we're looking at, the siding goes up to the height of the doors and then it's white above. Is that suggesting that there's a change to shingle? It's something you see fairly commonly, that just the area under a gable is shingled. But if that's the approach you're gonna take, then I'd wanna see that under all the gables, and that would probably be the only place I would do it. So I would just like to have sort of a sense of the design intention
You
around
might
that.
already have it done if all the white areas were shingles,
Yeah.
then you're already done.
And in the rear, that seems like it works, but then there would be none on the side. I guess I would, yeah, I mean, I guess if there's corner boards, there isn't, and be interested in seeing that shingle maybe wrap around, like to here. So that this the volume that has the front window on it, is that this volume as we wrap around? And this seems like a place that could terminate. I don't want to get overly prescriptive here. I just, I think I would just say that we want to see the secondary shingle clarified where it's deployed and deployed in a consistent manner throughout the design.
Does that sound all right with you, Rick? Yeah, okay.
Right, no, I mean, I think they really made a lot of, you know, this all feels really new and true to me with the stepping of the reforms, so, no, I really appreciate the modifications that have been made to the design, and I think with these few, pretty small moves, the comfortable moving forward.
Yeah, my complaint again, and it's just the demonstration of scale on this house especially, is there wasn't any. There's no demonstration of scale posted that shows the houses on either side, or the scale or the back, and that's something that one of these days we're gonna call it, and it's gonna be story poles, and it'll break the record, but it's unfortunate. You're supposed to have signs, you're supposed to have, the posting is supposed to be accessible, and when I went out there, I mean, it'd be accessible for young people, but it was kind of steep. But it's mostly the renderings. I'm seriously having a problem with that. But yeah, I think that I move to approve this with a condition.
Other than need to ask.
Oh, yes. You can say that.
Okay, so this is kind of a formality, but at this point, I think that we have ended our internal discussion, and so it is for the applicant to ask if you would like us to vote on the project. We're not allowed to take a vote unless you ask us to.
Yes.
Okay. You want to make a motion?
Yeah, motion to approve it with conditions. The conditions are to close up underneath the entry patio, open up the gables or make them all consistent to each other. To step all the retaining walls unilaterally, besides just back to front, but from side to side. And to put some, the CMUs at the bottom should be dark face CMU, dark, maybe two valued darker than the darkest. Yeah,
Sure.
on the darkest siding, and on a recommendation to, don't over dramatize the turn on circular.
To clarify the distribution on the secondary side.
And to clarify that, yeah, the distribution of the secondary siding, like 20% of the siding is shingles, it'll like. And those are the conditions, and
I second that.
Okay, I'll take a roll call. Mark Stackmeyer,
yes.
Rebecca Beckman.
Yes,
Okay, motion passed. Motion passed.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so get it.
Okay, so let's take a 2-minute break before we start reviewing the second item on the agenda. And this meeting will be back we'll be back at 2:05.
Thank you, everyone.
Is it?
Yeah, there's one.
Yeah.
Hey, hey, Tommy.
How you doing?
When did you get started?
Mark.
Oh, yeah. Nice to meet your grandson.
Yeah. Okay, we are at 207 now. Okay. We're at 207 now, and now we may begin reviewing project item number 2 on the agenda. And Mark is the committee representative for this project. And Mark, please start introducing the project.
Owner Tony Ducelli, and Steve Kennel are the owner and applicant. File number PLN 2023-00055, location Sonora Avenue, Granada. Assessment brush number 0471220. Consideration design review permit recommendation for the construction of new two-story 1,493 square feet single family residence with an attached 420 square foot garage and the attached 610 foot accessory ADU. On legal non-conforming 3,986 square feet per foot parcel. Certificate of compliance PLN 2021-002828 associated with a hearing level non-conforming use permit and a coastal development permit. Non-conforming permit is required to allow development of a 32 foot wide lot where 50 foot is required. And this one. 7'6" exterior side yard setback, where 10 foot is required, and a combined side yard setback of 13 feet 9 5/16, for 15 feet is required. The project involves only minor grading, no tree removal. The ADU is a ministerial project that does not require review by the CDRC. The CDRC will not render a decision, will make recommendations regarding the project's compliance with design review standards. The Planning Commission public hearing on the design review permit, the NCUP, and the CDP will take place after July 13th. The project appealable to the is appealable to the California Coastal Commission. Applicant deemed complete June 23rd, 2023. Project planner Langia. Yeah. And we go down there.
Okay, and Steve, you may begin presenting the project to the community.
Okay, good. Yes, my name is Steve Kellen, project architect. So yeah, this project is challenging because it's a very narrow lot, requires a use permit for the non-conforming lots for width and improvement. You know, we did one question that came up. There is an adjacent, vacant lot, but because this is a corner lot, that technically would create a sort of a T or L shape, which wasn't conducive, to get any kind of, development to combine that. So when we looked at this, again, challenging, very narrow lot, on the corner, requires, a narrow house. When we looked at the neighborhood, we were before you a few months ago for a proposal on the lot immediately adjacent to the right-hand side.
Oh, you were?
Yeah.
I wasn't there. I left.
Correct. So looking at the neighborhood, we took obviously the other project into consideration, as well as kind of what we had looked at before for the adjacent lot. That neighborhood has kind of a mix of, 1- and 2-story homes with, different architectural styles, kind of roof slopes. We kind of took some cues mostly from the project that was next door, taking a look at, that was a contemporary kind of a coastal farmhouse, style home. It's a bigger lot, it's a little, bigger house. But we wanted to, make the two homes, somewhat harmonious, since they are right next to each other. So the style that we were looking at here, plays into that, same genre with the kind of more contemporary, coastal, farmhouse architecture. 2-story, use of the board and batten, a little bit steeper roof slope.
one of our main constraints, because of the narrowness of the lot is, what we can do in terms of, wall offsets. And the garage is also essentially dictates the, request for the use permit, and the street side setback exception, because, the two-car garage is required for the home. And the lot is just too narrow for that garage size even to fit on the lot. So we have to request that, no matter what. I think in looking at, the surrounding neighbor lots, there are a couple of examples of corner lots that are like this, that are narrow. And there's actually one diagonally across the street where there's a garage, on the end, and they chose to, create the entry on the street side. So we kind of followed, some of those cues, which I think also afforded us the opportunity to create more of a traditional kind of front, if you will, on the street side setback. So chose to place the garage, on the Sonora side, similar to the house across the street. And then create the frontage, on the Columbus side. So the floor plan, basically, we're proposing a, family style home. It is a two-story home with an attached ADU. So it's essentially 2-bedroom, 2-bath, with the attached ADU on the first floor. I think, kind of the concept here is thinking about it being attached so that this can be a family setup. We've seen a lot of folks looking for homes where, you have generational family that want to live together. So the opportunity to have a separate living unit, obviously with the required exterior access to, we're requesting the interior access too, so that, we can, I think, have those family dynamics. But it is a reverse floor plan. This particular lot also has kind of a diagonal sort of view towards the ocean. So we do have an entry on the Columbus side. Come in, we have a bedroom and garage sort of towards, the front, or the Sonora side, ADU in the back. And then we chose to put the living space up on the second floor, on the side, or sort of southwest. So that we could capture, any views that we're going to have from, this particular lot, and then the master bedroom, in the back. One thing we thought about, in particular with this home on the second floor is, how do we create some of those offsets, because we are very limited with the narrowness of the lot. That, we can only sort of fit so much within that width. And so one thing that we did with the massing is, we pulled the second floor in from the front and the back, to create, some outdoor spaces, because there isn't a whole lot of yard here anyway. We have the ADU in the rear, which, basically takes up the primary backyard, for the house. So, the front deck, would have the view, and also, pull back with respect to some of the neighbors that are upstream. Where the house next door, we talked about this with them too, where we had a second floor setback, trying to, maintain as much of their diagonal view down the street and towards the ocean as we could. In this case, this house steps back even further than the proposed house next door, due to the deck and the second floor setback from the street. So it's an additional 9 feet from the setback into the house. If you want to go to the elevations. Again, architecturally, we're proposing this, coastal farmhouse. From a massing standpoint, the challenge was, like I talked about, the narrow, house. What we tried to do is, even though it has to be a long, narrow house, to create the frontage, on the Columbus side. Also creating, some sort of cross gables, and playing with the wall planes on the second floor. So there is an offset a little bit, at the front and back, so to speak, of the second floor between first and second. And then on the second floor, we created, a little bit of an offset along with, these cross gable forms. So we're trying to break up this, long, narrow house, as best as we can, architecturally. Board and batten siding, we're, the window patterns are consistent, I think, with that farmhouse style. We're using the cross, muntin bars. The patterns where, they're ganged together or single windows. We've chosen kind of a coastal gray, which is a little bit of maybe an ocean or blue kind of tint to it, which I think would be consistent in this area, utilizing a dark bronze, for the windows. So we get, some contrast richness, and then a more traditional kind of white trim, just kind of in the, gable and eave areas, just to, pop that. There is some of that trim, around the windows too. So in this proposal, we're, because of the narrowness of the lot, we can't meet the daylight plan, so we're proposing the, facade articulation. So as I mentioned, we're doing, I think, everything we can within the confines of, the narrow house that's required on this lot to, play with those roof forms, play with wall forms, lower roof that wraps around to, create some separation, for no two-story vertical walls. And then use of, those gable forms. We're also proposing some metal roof, in these gable forms, just to, I think, create a little bit of a, interest in detail, along with, that kind of farmhouse style, just with a few of those gables. So I think, colors, materials are, very more traditional, timeless. I think they, fit in with this style. One other thing we needed to think about was, privacy with the house that was next door. So we did, take a look at, how does this house and this house sit, particularly with second floors. So, on this rear side that you see on the left-hand side, a lot of the windows are offset from the building next door that we're proposing. And the windows in the center, we've, created a higher sill height on those, so that, where you might have a little bit more of a direct, view across, there's not the front, you don't have a low sill where you're looking, right at the side. It's more of a, upper window with view, to the sky. So we did think about, how those, sit next to each other. And then I guess last thing, landscape. We are proposing mostly native, plants, low water use. We do have a few trees proposed here, and I know with the house next door, we did receive some feedback or comments from the neighbor about how big some of these trees might get, and there was a concern about, view corridors. So I think one thing I'll throw out there is we are happy to consider that, and for this project too, if the neighbor, has some concerns. I think most particular, maybe the tree in the front. We just want to be careful again that we did revise the landscape plan for the projects next door to eliminate those trees. We'd be happy to consider that, for this one as well. I think that about covers everything. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
What is that species of tree that you have designated for the plan?
Good question. Glenn, are you able to do that?
I can zoom in. So we can look at a table here.
Yeah, if you just go down and see which one it is. I don't remember. Is it the Arbutus marina? I don't know. Just go back. You gotta go down to the tree. It'll have a note. Go back over to it.
Keep going left. There you go. To the right, there you go.
Tucson.
Yeah,
Right there, and then go to the HEIJ, SA. Go to the back up to 10.
Can you go back up?
So chair is set. So right there is that.
And the road.
I don't think so. I think all the trees are beautiful.
So it's you're like 133, I think. It's the same tree that was in the hospital.
Yeah.
Okay. I think Arbutus, strawberry tree.
Yeah. That's the only tree.
I think my other clarifying questions are probably for you, Glenn, which have to do with, so the non-conforming use permit, is that something which is decided after this hearing? Are we supposed to weigh in on, whether we recommend that, or is that
Yeah, this,
outside of our purview?
that's outside of the CRC's purview, and decision on non-conforming use permit portion of the project will be made by planning commission.
And what about the setbacks?
The setbacks, so that's also the request to reduce the setback with the non-conforming use permit, and then that's that will be analyzed in the staff report to the planning commission, and the planning commission will make decision on the.
So we're not supposed to weigh in on whether we support those or not?
If it's, yeah, because it's, unless it's something, it has something to do with the design of that piece.
Okay. And so what's the metric we're using for allowable FAR for a substandard lot like this?
For substandard lot, normally we don't apply like special consideration or like reduction in floor area ratio. So we just take like what's identified in zone regulations and times that. Yeah, so that will be the allowable percentage for area times the lot size.
Okay.
So that has been reviewed, and if you have any questions, it's really bring it up, and even though.
I can bring them up in the discussion period, or I can bring them up now, whatever is most appropriate. I'm trying to understand if I'm making the assumption that the project is probably maxed out the allowable area and lot coverage, and then it's building the ADU on top of that, which is allowing an additional coverage, right? So, yeah, I'm concerned around that, but I can take into the discussion period.
Okay, sure.
Do you have any questions?
It's just, so you previously owned both the lots were owned by the same, did you do a lot line adjustment? Did a lot line adjustment?
No, not at all. This lot's been this way for, I think I had to do a title chain report to get the certificate of compliance. It's been this way since like 1900. So, no lot line adjustment at all. So,
Okay. But has the county deemed it a developable lot?
yes, it hasn't sealed. So, yeah, we have a certificate of compliance.
Okay.
Yeah, we wouldn't be here if we didn't, that step was taken earlier in the process.
But it could have been. I didn't know that you had two lots. It seemed like I read somewhere here that it wasn't feasible to build on all of them if they were one project or.
Well, there's a lot of, am I correct that there's 4 lots adjacent here that are all under same ownership?
Well, they're not same ownership. I mean, I'm involved in all, and there's different plans for them. One of the lots you're also referring to is a commercial lot, so it has nothing to do, I mean, a totally different scenario. So the plan of attack was that for these two, to do these 2 lots first with the houses, and then after that, then I'm gonna look at developing the rest of the property for the long term. So in other words, there were questions as to why, at one point, why am I not doing the whole thing at once? Well, I can talk to you on
It used
that.
to be like these substandard lots were always, before there was more of a housing shortage and stuff, they were always needed to be absorbed into, if somebody owned both the properties,
No,
they had to be absorbed in, they didn't do this sort of thing before in the previous years.
different ownership structure, and then, I mean, I guess, not that we get into it, but that was before there was a housing shortage. So now we're only trying to talk about, we're kind of trying to fight both arguments all the time. But anyway, so, yes, so.
It's just at the same time that you're saying that, you're asking the county to do all these amendments to make that available to you, so I'm just asking, I just wanted to know.
Fair enough.
And regarding that, that will be further analyzed in the staff report and as to plan commission, and plan commission will look into that and have a decision that, and the staff has requested information from applicant. So we have gathered extra information for us to make recommendations to plan commission after this.
And also, I mean, if I may, just to clarify, like, you know, the 2-car garage is required, which
Yeah.
unfortunately doesn't fit within the required setback. So no matter what, to comply with the parking requirement for the garage, we have to have the street side setback exception.
Unless you have a county parking garage.
And regarding the parking, so we had this project that allow like 1 parking garage for substandard lot. So that happened previously, but then the situation may be different, but I'm pretty sure it's in the same zoning And the scenario is quite the same, but there's no like two identical projects in the world. So if you want to look into the actual option, we can look into it after the meeting. But as of now, our standard requirements for two covered parking spaces for this type of deal. So that's the current requirement.
That just makes it the articulations and everything else that you might be asking for. And it's really nice drawing. I do like it. I mean, until you get to the narrow side of it.
And I have, sorry, one other clarifying
Yeah,
question
sure.
for you, which is about the daylight plane. You're permitted to take that front to back or side to side, right?
Let's say that again, please.
You're permitted to measure the daylight plane from the front to the back of the property or from the side to the side of the property? Or
It
you
has to.
allow your choice?
No, so it has, so it's defined from, so here,
Side.
this side is defined, as the front yard. So we look at here like this way, and this is the front, this is the front facade, and
Okay,
this
so
is the
it's on
side.
side to side.
Yeah, and then they will also always have the option to choose like
Facade.
facade articulation or like wall, yeah. Facade articulation and daylight, so they also have that options.
Okay. That's it for questions.
Yeah, that's it. So we're gonna open it to any public comment on this?
Okay, for the chair, we're now opening public comment for item number 2. No correspondence was received prior to this meeting. For those attending this meeting in person, speaker forms are available on the table. Not a table, but the chair, the blue chair in the rear of this room. Please provide me with your speaker slip immediately. For those on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature to raise your hand to speak on this agenda item. For those joining by phone, please press *9 to indicate your desire to speak. Please provide your speaker form, raise your hand, or press *9 on your device immediately. And late speaker request will not be accepted. When you hear your name or last 4 digits of the phone number call, I will prompt you to come up to the front podium or unmute your account, and then inform that you may begin speaking. I will then ask you to state your name, address, and email address for the record. For those joining by phone, pressing *6 will mute or unmute your microphone. As mentioned earlier, in this meeting, please limit your speech to 3 minutes or less. This limit will be strictly enforced, and you will be respectfully asked to stop speaking after 3 minutes. Okay, I don't see any raised hands or speaker form for this item. For those on Zoom, in person, and calling, are there any other persons who wish to speak on this item number 2? If so, I'll provide a few more seconds in case there are others who would like to raise your hand or provide their speaker form. I've received 1 speaker form from Kurt Essinger. And Kurt, you may come up to the podium and begin speaking. Please begin by stating your name, address, and email address for the record.
Yeah, I'm Kurt Essinger. What's the other part? Address 206 Sonora on the house right across the street. Len, I sent you a PDF file. It's got a couple of pictures that might help a little bit.
Okay, you sent that to me?
Yeah.
Okay, so I will share that with you.
And then in the meantime, I'll keep talking, so I'm not filling my 3 minutes. I don't have a lot of things. I think key to me is, work within the setbacks for all kinds of reasons. And I understand the garage, it's hard to do that. We have the house across the street, we've got a cannon garage. It's perfectly fine. This street right here is cannon garage. It works. So,
You guys got a cannon garage, you said? It's easy.
He has a tenant garage.
okay, so the lot line, just so zoomed in, they're roughly like that, scaled off of another couple lots actually. So it's pretty darn close. Just a satellite view with the lines drawn. Go to the next one now.
Next one?
Yeah, next second slide. So I think the key is just the site corridors, and my same comment in the previous proposal, right? Now it's drawn roughly at the roof lines, I think kind of gutter lines of the other existing houses. And everybody, for the most part, has got a kind of the same setback. It's bigger than the kind of what's required. Can't argue with that. But these properties do kind of intrude into site line. So you just got to be really careful about that. And I think everything you can do to, for one, conform with the setbacks is really helpful. That's the most important thing to do. And second, I appreciate the architecture, stepping things in, et cetera. Next one. Yeah, it's the same tree that was proposed in the first property, and they're really, these ones are really at full maturity going to block, all views basically. So I just kind of make the same request for smaller tree or no tree or something like that. I think they look great when they're coming in a 2-foot box. So good after 20 years.
I can jump in. I mean, I think Colonel said that I worked with him directly after the last one, what we did the last lot. We should have the update. I already pulled the tree from the front. I knew that was gonna be like your number one.
Yeah.
Obviously, this house is a little more important to have the trees on the side because you want your privacy from the street a little bit. Versus the other house didn't need that because you've got your side houses, you don't have cars coming down. Again, I would be totally willing, we looked at it last time, the type of trees, everything. I'm totally willing to discuss or work with you, just like I did with last.
Okay.
Just so.
The other ones are just kind of details, but I'm not an architect. I know you are, but the roof on this is just heavy. The building height is even higher than the project next to it. I don't know how that's possible, but it's skinnier, and about the same roof slope. But it's got a lot of roof mass to it if you look at an elevation view. So anything you can do to kind of get the roof mass down, I think would look a little more proportional for the skinny house. So it's like 10 inches taller overall height. I'm not sure how it's possible, but that's what the plan says. I'd make it look less similar to the one next door rather than more similar, just so they don't start to look, because there's no other house in that neighborhood that looks the same as another house. And to put two right next door to each other that are pretty similar, the same kind of window patterns, etc. I wouldn't do it, but it's not again, I'm not the architect. There's a lot of reasons why you might not want to combine lots, but a really good one, you might think about, you could put a header garage and pull the house right in there and get a lot more footprint. I mean, it solves so many problems. This is a lot more forward on it, right? So especially back in here, it's hard to build anyway. I bet that's the winning, thing right there. It shows that you really conform. You did everything the code said you sort of have to, exhaust every possibility relative to non-conforming lots and combining lots when possible. So that would be a cool house. And that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, so I have caught up on all the raised hands and speaker requests, and Chair, please indicate if you'd like to call for comment. Okay, public comment section closed for item 2, and then we may begin discussion.
Okay, you want to start? Okay, so there's a lot that I really like about this design. I think the overall style of the design is really compatible with the neighborhood. It's attractive, but I have some concerns around, yes, the unbroken roof line is one of them. And then I have some bigger order concerns, which I guess Glenn has told me are not in my purview, but to me, this doesn't seem like a developable lot. It's a substandard lot, and it seems like there's, I guess the ownership structure is different. It seems like there may have been some opportunities to combine things differently to make a more standard lot. This is a really narrow lot to be developed, and I do think that a tandem parking situation might improve some of the situation, some of the issues. I don't feel that this parcel, I don't feel that this design, it doesn't meet the daylight plane, and I don't feel that it has sufficient articulation to really comply by means of facade articulation. Otherwise, I understand that there's a lot of limitations, but I think it's because this lot is so substandard. The second thing is that, and I talked to Glenn about this before, and I saw there was a follow-up from Neil, but I didn't see an answer to that, is that when I look at this floor plan, this doesn't meet the definition of an ADU because it has an internal access, and I read your memo requesting that the internal access be allowed. But then Camille's point in her second letter was that there's not really, that the only exterior access from the ADU is to this enclosed rear courtyard. So, it doesn't feel like a separate unit. It feels like getting extra area by using the ADU, exceptions to build a bigger house on a lot that's already smaller than you're supposed to be building a house on. So it feels like it's really pushing the allowable development for this kind of questionable parcel. And if the county is inclined to allow that to be defined as an ADU, then it's outside of what we're allowed to talk about. But it still just, it really feels like a narrow, slender bar. I think that stepping in the second volume, the second story volume from the two short ends was a great move. It seems like kind of the only move that's open to you, given the limitations of the lot. I think that at a minimum, I would want to see it maybe stepped in further and see there are these secondary roof forms. I think these gables are cute and they kind of relate to the house across the street and one down in the middle of the block that has those two little gables. But the ridge is still really the long length of the house and completely unbroken. And the roof form that you're adding at the first floor is helpful, but there's not really any, I mean, the only stepping is the garage, and the garage is already wider. The rest of the house is really pretty much a straight shot up and down. And those are my primary concerns. There's also, I think there's only one siding type, right? Which I'm actually okay with, but a lot of times we suggest a secondary siding to try and break down the massing. I think the short ends, the side elevations, which I guess technically the front and rear elevations, are really cute, but the long elevations, which are called the front elevation and rear elevation, feel very long. So, kind of a summary.
Rebecca, I can speak to the ADU. I responded to your email, you just designed, which is good, it's good. So we had that discussion with our deputy director.
After Camille wrote back, I saw your first response.
So after Camille wrote back, I provided like further information regarding like how we came up with that decision. So we came up with the decision because after we received Steve's request regarding the internal access, we approached our deputy director and she made the decision on behalf of the community development director, because the analysis was that the request is reasonable and support the request, because the applicant, the future occupants will be able to access this rear door to here through this side is Columbus Street or through this objective pathway in the side yard. So that was deemed adequate, and so that's a staff level decision. We determined that it's just supported, and that's an allowable ADU design, and the internal access can be allowed. So yeah.
What are your feelings, Mark, around the articulation and the concerns that are raised?
Like I said, there's not much room to do anything, except for, I mean, you can step it in. You can do a lot maybe with colors and shadow colors, things like that, perhaps different siding on the projections, if these projections.
I think they're not really, at the garage side, so if we look here, at the garage, there is this bump out, and that's what the line is. Otherwise, that rectangular volume, which is the dining room, kitchen, all of that, that's exactly this same. There's not any articulation there, there's just the gables facing the other way. And those gables do help to break things up, but they actually, for the neighbors on that side, I mean, I think that they may be bigger. Potentially these ends could be hit back and potentially. I don't know how I feel about this one. That's true, because then you don't lose the gable here. I know, I feel like the absence of needing the daylight plane or having facade articulation and long unbroken ridge line are problematic, and I'm not sure that I see, solutions.
So let us read in. And the new house adjacent to it is basically the same design.
Well, it's a bigger lot.
I know it's not a narrow street.
But yeah, I mean, it's a similar design in that, the floor plan and roof line, have a main ridge which runs kind of front to back. And, because it's a bigger lot, we were able to create more of what I would call like an H, or it's almost like an F kind of floor plan where there are two projections to the right-hand side or south, side on that one. The left-hand side that's adjacent to this parcel is very similar in that it's a longer, and it has a couple,
What month was that? Did you go?
April.
Because one of my pet peeves, and this is the second time today, is that when you do the demonstrations, we approve that house. The demonstration of scale doesn't show the house that's gonna be next door, it didn't show anything except for the house.
Where is the demonstration of scale for this project?
Demonstration of scale for this project, one over the lease. Those all pulled into the website. Yeah. Just open. So here's the demonstration of scale of the project, and this is the side.
And we had the artist put in the project next door.
This is the front view. This is another side view.
Well, it should be not on the job, or not at the site.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, first event, there's no story for it.
And no story points, just the first 3 pages. That's the renderings.
All right.
Down there to the front, which is the meeting.
Yeah. I mean, there is some articulation around this side entry. I definitely see that efforts, have been made at facade articulation. And I don't know if the applicant has any ideas. I do think a long unbroken ridge line is problematic for the Columbus Street side to me. And, the problem is the lot, it's so limiting in terms of how you can articulate it, but I don't think that this needs either daylight plane or wall articulation, really. Yeah, it's not. I think it's really gonna look very flat on the long sides, which isn't so problematic to me on the interior side, facing also your property. But, on the street facing side, it feels very flat, and like it's probably gonna be flatter than what's represented in this rendering. I mean, stylistically, I think it's a lovely house. I'm struggling with
There are standards.
the articulation and the standards.
They're not really, it's in Germany.
That's true, it's not. I mean, I think these volumes are helpful. I didn't, if I can chime in if you have any thoughts about how to address the concerns, that I've raised.
I apologize, I'm not totally clear on what you're.
Yeah,
So the guidelines require that, in order to comply, the project has to either meet the daylight plane or comply through facade articulation, is it wall articulation or facade articulation? Facade articulation. And particularly with regard to the long facades, they're supposed to be sometimes stepping in, and the second story is supposed to step in from the first story. So you have a garage that's a few inches wider on the first floor than on the second floor, but primarily we're seeing, and the roof volume that you've added at the first floor, it wraps around doesn't. But what I'm struggling with is that we're seeing walls that are really sheer two-story walls with, I don't see a sufficient amount of articulation to meet the guidelines, plus we've requested an exemption to the street facing setback, which we already had raised some concern about, which means that facing Columbus Street, the house is closer than the standards permit, and requesting an exemption to be closer than the standards permit. And on that side, there's not the sufficient articulation. And then the roof, you do have kind of primary and secondary roof forms, and I think that these cross-facing gables help a lot. But there's still just one unbroken bridge that runs the full length.
Can we go to the other
Yeah.
view you're talking about? Either one, yeah,
This
either
one?
that one or.
Yeah.
That's fine.
So I'm struggling really thinking about the Columbus Street neighbors with this two-story volume that's right up close to the street face.
Right.
It doesn't have this bridge articulated or stepping in any way, and that, you know, the front and back is pretty tall. I could imagine that if the second story came in more, if those balconies were bigger, that might help, but that's, please feel free to jump in.
Well, I mean, I'm just gonna try to, I guess, explain a little bit better. So, I mean, here's my garage, which again, I know the argument is whether or not a tandem garage, but in this case, I mean, so we have to replace this. I think the other challenge of this lot, no matter what you do, is that in order, you can't meet the daylight plane because, I mean, if you're on the inside property line, there's no way.
Yeah, so we have to.
Yeah.
You can't offset it, so
Right.
the only option is the facade articulation.
Right, yeah.
We have to request an exception just to provide the required parking. So then I think we're kind of back to no matter what house you design on this lot, in order to achieve some sort of facade articulation, you have to request this, at least the street side, you know, setback exception. So I think what we were trying to do here was minimize the impact of that, because we were sensitive to the fact that, like, I mean, you don't want street side that comes up, you know, 5 feet from the property line. But the rest of these on the side, we're only asking for like 1'3", you know, exception, you know, to try to create, you know, some articulation. I mean, I don't know, in reality, I kind of feel like with the cross gables, you don't get the sense of what you're talking about with this long, you know, ridge line. I mean, it might be possible that there are areas of this that are lower, but I'm not sure that that would create a material effect in
Yeah.
how you like view the house. Also because it's a two-story, you know, if it were a one-story, it would have a much better impact, I think.
Yeah,
You know,
I agree.
with playing with the ridge line. If it was a one-story, you couldn't even have a house. But my point is that because of the two-story and the articulation that we do have, I feel like it really does minimize what you're talking about. I think the other thing we were trying to do here was by creating the other material, you know, with the metal roof, you know, being these cross gables, then you get, to me, I think that creates more articulation than.
Where's the other material?
We're proposing all these cross gables to be standing seam metal roof. So you've
Just the
got-
roofing.
Yeah, so you've got the cross gables here and on the other side that are gonna differentiate themselves from the main, you know, gable and roof line. So Yeah, I get your point. I'm not sure, also from an interior standpoint, it's very difficult at least to push anything in because we don't have much width to do anything. As it is, we can barely fit the stairway, and the kitchen, in the middle of the house, which is, right here. Well, I don't, I'm not trying to say we can't do anything, but it's really difficult.
I understand, yeah, you're really constrained by the lot, which is why historically lots of this size haven't been developed.
Well, let me ask you a question on that, because I see 25-foot lots in Half Moon Bay all the time that have been developed. Now, that's in Half Moon Bay, so, and I don't know El Granada as well as you guys do, but aren't there other 25-foot lots in town that have been developed? I mean, I know
I don't know
I've seen a lot
about
of
it's
them.
certainly doable. I mean, you see 25-foot lots in San Francisco, you see 25-foot lots, lots of places. But in San Francisco, they're building lot line to lot line, and they don't have the kind of articulation requirements that we have. I'm not sure. I feel like you're very, I think it's a beautiful design. I think you're very constrained by the slenderness of the lot, and so the design
But
to
you
me
bought
doesn't
into your own
feel like
constraints.
it's really meeting the guidelines, right, because of these constraints, which there could have been other ways to build it. So, I mean, I think so. One possibility is that you could request an exception to have one car parking, or you could have tandem parking, and those would be ways to sort of change the fundamental design parameters. Obviously, you've already invested a lot in this design, which has made this decision, and I appreciate that, and side-by-side parking is certainly preferable. But it's locking you in to design which is struggling to meet the guidelines. And the only way that I can see working with the decision you've made and potentially meeting the guidelines would be, I think, to reduce the size of the second floor and to have more balcony and less great room up there. It would still be kind of fundamentally the same, but I'm struggling with the length of this roof right now. And I live in a similar house which is about 18 feet wide on a really similar lot. So, and I appreciate, yeah, it's 2-story. And probably doesn't meet the guidelines for my house, but it's cool.
Wait, you live on a small size lot?
Yeah, I live on the corner of, Valencia. I live sort of tight, I'm on this same block.
Oh, no, but I just
Just
thought it was kind of
outside.
funny that you live on a small size lot.
Yeah,
We're
I live
talking
on a
about it
small
like,
size
okay,
lot.
I just kind of did that.
And my house is very narrow, and I frequently wish that it were wider. But, I mean, I appreciate that the constraints are of the lot, but there's also decisions that were made around developing the lot in this way, and decisions we made around parking that just kind of, are making it hard for this to meet some of the guidelines around articulation. Oftentimes we'll have a house that doesn't have much articulation, but it's daylight playing. And so there's this, we can get away with a little bit less articulation. I think the gable moves and the lower roof are helping.
That's a good question. I mean, I'm not as familiar with the specifics of the design guidelines that you're referring to for, the articulation. Could you be more specific about what you mean that you think it does not comply?
No, let's see if I can pull it. Do you have the guidelines?
I just don't have them in front of me.
The paper copy here.
So that's,
It's a wall regulation, yeah, it'll be 2020.
oh, you're good.
I'm just
Yeah, it's going to be, so, I mean, there is, right, so if you look at, the first diagram on 20D that says, do this, not this. So do this, not this, so here's this straight roof, there's one ridge line across. Similarly, there's these diagrams too, where they're kind of indicating not to do these straight ridges. Like this one here. Second stories,
But just to be fair, like, do you feel that we're doing, I mean, I don't know, I just.
So those are secondary reforms, yeah.
there are secondary reforms, I think that when I see I feel like because it's really close to the street, because there's very limited articulation on the side, and because the ridge is unbroken all the way across, it doesn't feel to me that it needs that. So then section 65.20 D, daylight claim honor, this section here is where it talks about meeting the guidelines through the daylight plane or through facade articulation. And in addition, you're still supposed to have wall articulation. So I would say you kind of arguably have some wall articulation, but facade articulation option shall be provided on all building sides and is intended to break up the appearance of sheer walls through the placement of projecting or recessing architectural details, including deck space, windows, balconies, porches, overhangs, and other features. In order to approve the facade articulation, the design committee must find that A, all building facades are relative to proportion, and B, each building wall is broken up so it's not put here, sheer, blank, leaning, or massive to neighboring properties. So this is where this secondary roof does help, but it's still, I think that rendering suggests more articulation on that facade than really seen in the plan. In terms of,
One idea, I guess, would be whether or not what if we made these forms, more major so that they were higher than the main ridge? I mean, that would be another way. I don't know if that makes much of a difference, but.
That makes it worse. You just get more roots. This house has got so much roof on it, it's great.
Well, but what I'm saying is if this went through and then this became a secondary, between these two buildings.
what is on the second floor plan above the front entry where you have that second, what's underneath that? What's in the plan there?
Well, this is the kitchen right here. Kitchen and there's a closet, master closet. That's the only thing specific I can think to your point about the main ridge line, we could possibly do it.
It pulls the roof down. It's got a lot of mass. Gable pulls down, I think that'd be a touch.
You mean the hip?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, hipping the front and the back.
Right, I mean, my first thought, although Mark was saying that, it's very cute on the short ends to have the gable express. It's true, it could be hipped on those ends and then that would pull it in, which would reduce the visual mass and the blocking of views when it is on the other side. Potentially this area, which is kind of in cut on the second story, could be a secondary siding, and that might help.
I was thinking that very, very bold fascia, so I'll pull it down, like 12-inch fascia, so, yeah, 2x6. I was thinking about it like spending your money for it, but a very long skylight over the kitchen, a ridge skylight, so it jets up 6 inches by its capabilities, but a skylight along there would keep in character with a barn style house, like it'd be like a very long cupola or something, but you make it a skylight and it breaks up your ridge form and provides a lot more light for the house, unless they're, are they all trusses? Yeah. And that's conventional, right? Something, but that would be a way to break it up. Might even be something nice to add to that, and the bold fascia would draw it down a little bit more. Would take away from I think it would take away from the roof, if you can imagine like a 12 roof. And then also the front entrance. I think you can cantilever that out into the setback, right?
Well, maybe you kind of go 2 feet in, although they're already kind of exemption there, but I do wonder like the way that this.
Well, you're doing the whole, you're getting the exemption to the feet, but if it's cantilevered out, it's like cantilever in a fireplace. You can get your 24 inches more, so it isn't part of it, and some things can be exempted, help you get to the front. But that would help, that would help the space, I think, a lot, to get a bigger entrance. Gable. deeper. I know you got a recess into the door too.
Mhm.
But are those, is that 1 foot recess back here at the, the 12 inches?
Let's see, the rear dimension is 17.6 and the front dimension is 20. So it's 1 foot 3 inches on each side that it steps back. And I was thinking about this whole wall moving in, but I can see now that these gables are symmetrical, 13.4 and 13.4. This point, I guess that's why these are thickened up here. Probably I was wondering about that. Mhm. Mhm. Are we running over time? I can. Is lowering the heat line a possibility? That's another thing which is called out in the guidelines. A recommendation. I guess that works better as standard frame.
So it's conventional frame, I mean, it's a lot, it's more expensive.
Mhm.
If your spring line was down another foot.
Well, it's at 9 foot right now to the plate. And that's the living space up above. So I mean, it might be.
No, I mean, yeah, but I'm not, well, if they're flat trusses, but I'm talking about, I guess, if you start shrinking the outside, I start to think of conventional frame. To get, get the spring line down, and then get the roof line down, but then it drops the outside, it drops that second floor from being. Because you can't come out any further.
So I know we're running short on time. I mean, can you help us? Like, I'm not clear on what the main focus is other than I think.
Well, you're
talking
not
about
needing a whole bunch of things in here as far as our standards go, so we're trying to like throw some things out, hoping for some kickback, and not doing that when we're trying to help you. Otherwise, really, it's I don't know what to say.
I mean, I think there's a lot that's very attractive about the design, and there's just a couple of primary guidelines that it doesn't feel like it's meeting. And we don't want to sit here and dictate to you how it's going to meet them, but it feels like there's not sufficient articulation or stepping into the second floor from the first floor to really quite meet the design guidelines for facade articulation. And I do think that the two cross volumes that you have at the end are helping the long unbroken roof line and are providing a secondary roof. I'm not actually feeling like the center one is necessarily helping in the same way that the others are. And I don't know if it's because it doesn't just come all the way out to the wall, although that might feel like too many of them, or if there might be another way to like break the roof line at the center in some other way might help. But I think that if you're tied to the decisions that you've made around parking, then I think we'd be looking to see more articulation and some breaking of the roof forms in order to feel that it complies with the guidelines. And I think that could happen by the entire second story becoming a bit smaller, or that could happen by some creative looking at what the options are around the roof lines to break them up and bring them down. There could be the introduction of a secondary siding material or color that might help to break the linearity of the Columbus facing side. There's so much that I really do like about this design, and so I'm kind of like wrestling with myself here, but I feel there are a couple of pretty significant guidelines that it's not. Yeah. And I think that that's largely because of not because of a failure of the design, just because of the constraints of the site. It's really challenging to get a project that's going to meet the guidelines such as one of site. But I'm sure it's achievable.
It's pretty close. I would
Yeah.
just try to work harder to get closer to these guidelines and think of some of the things that we said. And you can get right back in, like, if you do the changes quickly, you get back in next month. But we're held by the standards that we have to follow. So if we start, we don't need to like, you can't do anything really about it. Something that everybody wrote up and everybody voted on. And that's-
Let's take that. I can tell you that was a big. Okay, all right. I can tell you guys, so we'll do that and then so.
So then I think formally, you would request a continuation?
Yes.
Is that?
Okay. But just, sorry, I just couldn't follow everything. I know,
I'm sorry.
No, I don't do that. I just don't have the technical background to follow. And we'll confer.
Yeah, we'll write a letter.
Make some adjustments and we'll look to,
We'll write a letter and that'll probably help describe some of the things and I'll get it out.
We'll look forward to seeing you again.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Item to continue, and are we ready for item 3?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so item 3 is quite a controversial project, we all know, and so I just checked on the speaker slips, I still saw a bunch. So if you need like additional speaker slip or need any like additional agenda, please let me know. Yeah, so there's just a quick announcement before we start reading this project. Are we ready?
Yeah.
Post the video online.
No, but we will share that with like anyone who's interested.
Post it online.
We don't post one.
Okay.
But if you need one, we can send you a link.
Either appropriate to give you a phone tree number.
Sorry, we can't put your thumb drive, so. Then you can email them to me.
Oh,
Yeah, that's the kind of policy we have.
oh, okay. So we can't, so what would we show today? Just the CDP set?
The CDP set, so the CDRC set. So we have a CDRC plan set posted on the website, we will be showing that.
I see.
Okay.
So,
I just haven't cited you yet.
Right on the property line, not a single notification on any of this. I think that's a big clarity.
We have like our county mailers that now if you never.
County members?
Yeah, we have like.
I
the
am my
address.
house.
Okay, okay, so if you never received it, you
Never.
can, yeah, send an email to Mr. Mike Shaw. He's the project planner and he will respond to you. Okay? Yeah, okay, sounds good.
It
Okay,
took tax collector 6 weeks to find it.
okay, yeah, so please email Mr. Shaw.
yeah, let's get started. Welcome to the CRDC.
Sorry, one minute. I'm gonna squeeze you.
Okay.
That's okay. This is your turn. Oh, no. So, yes, so, why don't we spend some time with the comments, we don't have those issues.
Okay, okay, that, yeah, so I have the special approval from supervisor.
Okay.
Let me download that.
Okay, that's kind of.
Thank you.
Sorry for the confusion.
Yeah.
If there should be something I can cover, kind of look over your shoulder.
Oh, yeah.
Where are you going?
So we're,
Yeah.
ahead, bring them up to the table, please.
This one?
Yeah, and so, you know, some chance.
Yeah, just thank you.
I know, I was just putting people in the back. I know, but put them in the back.
It's just me.
Yeah, so everyone, we're at 3:13 right now. We're ready to get started. Please watch out in the audience for better audio quality and the ordinance of this meeting.
Thanks, lie down, please. Lie down, please.
Okay.
Welcome to the design review committee. Before you speak, will you bring up the fact that you're done?
Okay, I will, okay. Yeah, so as mentioned earlier, the CDRC's decision on item 3 today, if any, will only be recommendations regarding the project compliance and not a bond decision on the project. The decision of which will take place at a later date. The CDRC does not review matters related to zoning regulations, local coastal policy, and general plan. And the CDRC will only review project based on design review standards and guidelines. So for example, concerns regarding like parking compliance or like a possible environmental impact will be addressed at a later date. The CDRCs will only review the project, the design and architectural aspects of the project based on design review guidelines and standards. Yeah, so just a disclaimer and information before we start reviewing this project.
Just because there's gonna be somebody speaking, I'll probably cut you off if you start talking about.
Oh, we'll do that.
Can I just like tag on to the end of that, which is that I read all of the correspondence that was uploaded previous to this, and based on some of the stuff that I read, I went and asked some of the questions around parking, and I know that there are concerns around infrastructure, and that this is a venue where you can make your voices heard. There is an environmental impact report in progress. And so it's not in our purview to talk about, but there will be opportunities to review that and address that later, kind of higher up levels. And I did also confirm that there is, and we can talk about whether it's adequate, but there is more than the required amount of parking being provided in this design. So again, those are not the things that the committee here is supposed to review. But we do understand that this is the first opportunity that members of the public are having to voice their concerns, and we look forward to hearing from you guys for 3 minutes each.
So this is like a beauty contest for the design, not
the
overall project.
The Coastside Design Review Committee is really tasked with making sure that any residential project built in our jurisdiction complies with this, which has to do with, a lot of issues around how new development relates to existing development and relates to the natural setting. So, and there's certainly aspects of the design that are covered by this that we will be talking about today, and we will be making recommendations based on that about whether the design can go forward to the next step. But a lot of the community comment that we received was actually around issues that are not in our purview to give you satisfaction on. So we were happy to hear your voices, and anything that you say here will be part of the public record and the county will be aware of. But we just want you guys to know the limits of what we were able to make decisions based on. Go for it.
Thanks.
Yeah. Can we actually pull up a slideshow?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Good afternoon, committee and members of the public. My name is Serena Epp. I'm a project manager with Midpenn Housing, and I'm here today with my coworkers, Andrew and Natalie, and then we have our architect team from Piatalk. Peter will be up in a few minutes. And our landscape architect is here, Julie, there she is. We're happy to answer your questions today. If you go to the next slide, I know that the community is very interested on the timeline of this project. I do want to share and reiterate what the committee has already shared, which is today's design review. We are, it's not up to us, but we are predicting in the next 6 months or so, there will be a draft EIR and project approvals in front of the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors for project approvals. For today, the next slide, please. For today, we are focused on design, and MidPenn's approach to our design is aligned with our mission, which is safe, high-quality, affordable homes that are inclusive and sustainable. We are a nonprofit affordable housing developer and owner. We're working throughout Northern California, and all of our properties are affordable. They serve working families, seniors, veterans, people with special needs, and farm workers. So we own our properties in perpetuity, and we have every interest in ensuring we're a good neighbor by maintaining our properties, complying with all the affordable housing regulations we have to comply by, and one of our employees does live on the site in the manager's unit. The third arm to our approach to our mission is our resident services team. So there is staff on site that provides free on-site programming. It's tailored to the population that's living at that property. The property before you today is proposed for farm workers and working families. So the programming would be after-school programs, focused on literacy, workforce development, and resources to advance health and wellness. Next slide, please. So I just want to reiterate that this is not the first time the public has been able to talk to us about this project. We've been working on this project for a long time. Back in 2016, we held 3 open houses where over 100 attendees came to each one. At the initial open house, we did not have a design. We wanted to hear from the community what they thought about this site. As you likely know, the site has been vacant for a long time. It was previously developed and has sat vacant for about 40 years, and it's identified as just one of 3 priority development sites in the Mid-Coast. There is no deed restricted affordable housing here, but those 3 priority sites had a percentage of affordable housing. And what we've done since then is in 2020, we went to the County Planning Commission, Board of Supervisors, and then the State Coastal Commission to actually get that site regulated for 100% affordable housing. Before it was just a portion of. Also previously, it was designated for 148 units. And as a priority development site, that meant it had a reserved allocation for sewer and water. We heard loud and clear from the community that that density is not appropriate, and folks remember the 148. So we have proposed a density that matches the neighborhood, and that's part of the approvals that went through public hearings a couple of years ago. The foundation of our design then is really based on all the community outreach we've done since. We've had numerous meetings with business owners and the community. We heard a lot about parking, as you mentioned, sufficient open space and buffer from the existing neighborhood. Peter will go through a few more of the specifics on what we did to accommodate feedback we heard up into a year or 2 ago when we submitted the CUP. And finally, before I hand it over to Peter, I just want to reiterate that one of the things we heard loud and clear across the board was that there is a need for affordable housing. There are lots of jobs here that pay, I think it's over 60%, that pay $40,000 a year or annually or lower. And so that is the need we're trying to address. We've worked with the county to make sure that 75% of the units here will have a local live-work preference at least. We're happy to talk more about that, but we are excited to show you our proposal that we think matches the context of this neighborhood. Peter?
So can I ask you one question before you head it up?
Oh, sure.
You said that it was designated a high priority housing site?
Yes.
By the county or by the?
It was a public process that went through the county and the coastal commission.
Who's high priority? Is it the counties, the states, the mid-pens?
Not mid-pens, it's the county and it's certified by the coastal commission. Thank you.
All right, great. Thanks, Serena, and good afternoon. Peter Waller with Piatalk Architects, and glad to be back here. Lovely day out here. The sun came out. So let's go to the next slide. I'm going to spend a moment just talking through some things that folks have seen before. It's all in the package that we submitted, but just a little refresher. This is, of course, our site, about 11 acres. Highway 1 is there just to the left. We're obviously up on the northerly edge of the Moss Beach community here. And folks are all familiar that site was previously developed at one point as a training base, military base. And that most of that development was in that center section there between the two gravel roads. And that's really where we're trying to focus the proposed development. And then you see the water tanks up there near Lincoln. And everyone understands that site's fairly steep, not steep for the coastside, but it slopes pretty significantly from Lincoln all the way down to Carlos. Go to the next one. Next slide. Yeah, thank you. And so here is our site plan, a little bit rotated, but it's the same basic orientation, Carlos Street on the left-hand side, Sierra below. And so you can see that the buildings are all, the proposed buildings are focused around the middle of that site. Again, in the footprint of where those previous military buildings were. And folks who know the site know that a lot of those foundations are still there. A lot of those, that sort of flat work is there. So we're focused on building on that piece. We've really tried to arrange the buildings in the project in a way that it's a series of smaller buildings in scale with surrounding community. And by concentrating it, really we're able to leave a very significant buffer. We're really developing on about half of the total 11 acres. So we get a deep setback at Sierra, at Lincoln Street, a significant setback from our neighbor on Carlos, and of course setbacks from the neighbor to the north, who's of course much down the hill, in fact. And then that buffer is enhanced by the landscape that Joni has worked on. There's a lot of new planting that's going to go in around that perimeter, help blend this with the slope. We're providing for a trail that will be publicly accessible along the open space along Sierra Street. Access from Carlos comes up and provides a very simple loop road with the parking around the community. That actually also works really well in terms of emergency access for the site. So glad to talk more about details, but let's just keep going through a couple of additional views here. We'll go to the next slide. Yeah. Not wanting to jump forward.
Just give me 1 moment, it's thinking.
It's thinking, yeah. It gives me time to think. Just a quick overview of the program. It has not changed. Of course, 71 units. These are a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units, all modest size. I mean, the average, 2-bedroom units, 850 square feet. And there's a community building with offices, Serena mentioned, a small community room, some space for services, after school programs, so on and so forth. And then there are 142 parking spaces proposed, 2 per unit. Next slide. Just an overview so you can kind of see it in context in the Moss Beach community there on the left. And again, you get the sense that those buildings are, really broadly speaking, in scale with what's there. And we're able to leave a good buffer space around this new community. Next slide. And then a couple of views. This is from Sierra Street. If you were up the hill a little bit on the new paths, but just up a little bit. And in this view, we've made the landscape is very transparent, so we can really see the buildings. I think if anyone's driven by and looked up at the story poles, I'm sure many folks have, you'll realize that once the new planting comes in, plus we can leave, you won't see a whole lot of these buildings, but important to see what we're actually proposing. 2 stories. We're particularly trying to really break down the scale of these along this edge where they will be visible from the community, so that they're very house-like in scale. They take advantage of the view, but the forms are very straightforward. This is consistent throughout the project, and I think consistent with the design guidelines. Simple forms that kind of fit with the rural character of the building, keeping them small in scale, using the deep earth tones. There's a couple of different tones here to help it all settle visually into this larger landscape. We'll talk a little bit more about materials as we get to it. Let's go to the next slide. And a couple of additional views. This on the bottom is the view looking up the entry drive as you come in from Carlos. You're looking at the community building. Here we're proposing that be a lighter color, so it's a little bit special in the community, but you get a sense of then that the building is flanking that landscaping turning up into it, and then the view on the top is actually from the heart of the community, kind of the meadow space between the units where we're looking down at that community building again. Next slide. And then from the top, from Lincoln, the buildings really sit down quite a bit on this site. So again, we're showing this landscaping, the new landscaping, very transparent. And again, if you've seen the story poles, you can see that the ridge line is quite low. And we've worked very hard to keep those ridge lines down across the whole site. And I'm going to just point, that ridge line is basically the same height as the top of the water that are existing out there. We pointed out that. So that's a quick, let's go to the next slide here. But you can see there's just not, from Lincoln, it really sits down quite low. We can go to the next.
Houses from Lincoln have an attribute?
Yeah, I think so. I haven't stood on anybody's deck to see that for sure, but I would say so. I think if you're in one of those houses, you can see the story poles and you should be able to see them and you get that sense. Can we go to the next slide? Yeah, great. And so then just briefly, materials, this is design review. We're talking about a couple of different patterns of horizontal siding on the buildings, so we can have some articulation there. A vertical board and batten on the community building. There's two-tone, earth tone colors, warm asphalt shingle, composition shingle roof that works with light-colored windows, doors to provide some accents. The lighting fixtures, exterior fixtures, in character with that, and of course the lighting, we're really focusing on keeping that modest, avoiding glare around to the neighbors. We have a lighting plan we can talk about if we want to get into more detail. And then let's just go to the next slide real quick. I'm not going to go too much further because we want to let people comment. One more slide. And this next one just shows that this was back in 2020 when we went to planning commission, and in that conversation we did lower the ridges of the roofs, and we actually lowered the floor to floor, so we squeezed them down a little bit. We felt like a little less ceiling height. Okay, get the buildings a little lower and then lower the roofs so that we could get ridge lines under that 28 feet consistently across the site. So in terms of, that was one of the significant changes we've made. Obviously, over the course of this conversation, we really worked to consolidate the buildings on the site. We added parking in the process, as was mentioned, and we greatly enhanced sort of the planting buffer all around the site. So those are a couple of things that we really focused on doing. And I think I might stop there. Might be good to just almost go back to the site plan if we could, and we can just leave that up. We've got more slides. We can get into any other building details that folks have questions about, but I think that's probably adequate. And then Andrew or Serena, anything you guys need to? Any immediate questions? Okay. Yeah, I would just suggest, yeah, whatever. Okay. Cool.
Building 17. Building 17, it's like, is that the one that's one of the ones that is story full?
And I.
The big community building, yeah.
Is that one?
Which one is the one closest to Carlos that's got the story boards on?
The one immediately to the left
Yeah, if we go to the site plan, I'm afraid I don't remember my building numbers. If we go down to this, up, well, like, well, actually, oh, yeah, you would have this in passage. Let's keep going, this is. It's,
Yeah, one more.
I. What number is it?
Yeah, building two.
Building two,
Building two.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh,
yeah.
that's one of the biggest and tallest ones.
Is this one okay?
You know, why don't we go to, it's a little, this has all the grading information, finding people, let's go down to the lands,
Actually, my question is, it seems like you have some of the biggest and tallest broadside the ocean view, and I don't know why you would have done it, but that's my.
And I think the building you're asking about is here, well, partly because this is very much the lowest part of the site. And it was also the part that in the end, as we grade things, ends up being a little bit flatter, so we could put a little bit, we could kind of combine a couple of buildings there. To consolidate more of the footprint down here, where it's sort of least visible to the neighbors, frankly, and least impactful for views. So, and we can.
Yeah, I mean, not the residents, it wants to be your own residents.
Within the community.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we can chat about those views, we looked at all those, yeah.
We can look at that one.
Yeah, nobody was asking.
I had a really sort of fine-grained, clarifying question on the materials, which is just if there's a trim specified for the residential buildings or if they're trimless. Window trims?
On the window, we are not proposing window trim. They will be good quality window that have kind of a thick white frame to it. And, but generally we find that we can, you know, make those clean and look good without trim. There will be some trim when we look, if we look at the detail elevations, we can get to that. We change the patterning of horizontal siding at certain places, and there'll be trim where that happens. There'll be trim at the corners.
So where the two sidings come together, there'll be a board, the one there won't be, okay, good, I wasn't.
Yeah.
That's
Okay, Third Chair, we're now opening public comments for item number 3. The public correspondence for this project received prior to the meeting have been uploaded to the meeting webpage on the county planning website and forwarded to the CDRC committee members. Our community sitting next to me will read comments that we received prior to this meeting. For those attending this meeting in person, speaker slips are available on the blue chair in the rear of this room. Please provide me with a speaker slip immediately. For those on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature to raise your hand to speak on this agenda item. For those joining by phone, please press *9 to indicate your desire to speak. Please provide me with your speaker slip, raise your hand, or press *9 on your mobile device immediately, and late speaker requests will not be accepted. When you hear your name or last four digits of your phone number called, I'll prompt you to come up to. It should be comments. Okay, yeah. So I'll finish the instructions for public comments later, and community sitting next to me will be reading comments that we received prior to this meeting person.
We received Camille Young, senior planner, County San Mateo. We received a lot of public comments, so I'm just going to summarize. First off, we did receive a lot of comments regarding environmental issues that will be covered by the environmental impact report that is being drafted. These concerns focused on the traffic impacts of the project to the local road network, including emergency evacuation and connectivity to mass transit or lack thereof. Also that there was too little parking, especially for the larger dwelling units. Drainage concerns and flooding that has occurred in the past, and making sure that the site runoff doesn't impact neighborhood drainage. Also the contamination potentially of the site and the soils. And the biological species on site in terms of wildlife and plants. The aspects of the comments that do pertain directly to design review were the amount of tree removal that's involved in the project, that the buildings do not fit the community both in color, in their scale and size, their density, that the building forms are not well enough articulated in terms of their roof forms or their facade articulation. There was a suggestion for balconies for the families. Lighting impacts from the project to the community. Also, trying to read my handwriting. Oh, there was a suggestion. So just in terms of overall open space and landscape, there was also a suggestion for like a dog park. That was it. I think I summarized most people's comments.
Okay, then I'll continue providing instructions for participation or public comment request here. So for those attending this meeting in person, speaker forms are available on the chair in the rear, the blue chair. So please provide me speaker slip immediately. And if you're on Zoom, please raise your hand to indicate your desire to speak on this item. For those joining by phone, please press star 9 to indicate your desire to speak. And now when your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number called, I'll prompt you to come up to the front podium or unmute your account if you're on Zoom or you call into this meeting. And then I will inform that you may begin speaking. I will then ask you to state your name, address, and email address for the record. For those joining by phone, pressing star 6 will mute or unmute your microphone. As mentioned earlier in this meeting, please limit your speech to 3 minutes or less. This will be strictly enforced, and you will be respectfully asked to stop speaking after 3 minutes. And again, please note that the city RC will only make a recommendation regarding the project compliance with the design review guidelines for this project. And I will need a minute since we have received many forms, I'll need a minute to create a list so I can call people in order their hands were raised or their speaker forms were. Oh, we don't have that many raised hands yet now so I can see the first 3 speakers will be Alec, Duncan, Kurt Essinger, oh no, Cat, sorry. The second person will be Greg, and Rosemar. So Alec, please come to the front podium, state your name, address, and email address.
Good afternoon, I'm Alec Duncan, I'm assuming you can hear me. I live at 530 Buena Vista, Moss Beach, and my email is aduncan8888@gmail.com. Is that all you need?
Yeah.
Okay, so our supervisor is not here, I guess, is that right? I was going to welcome Ray Muller to his first public meeting, and I'm sure there'll be some conversations that will be directed at him as a public person.
His aide is in attendance.
Yes.
Mike O'Neill.
I said, thank you. So anyway, congratulations to Ray Muller for coming up with a great idea to have a place that we can meet whenever we have something to say. Okay, so that's been said. I just wanted to tell you that I've lived through, as some of you have also, the whole deal of trying to make this place something that could be publicly used. And it was through the T. Jack Foster effort to develop that property. T. Jack Foster invented Foster City. He gave his son this job to go ahead and take it through the process of making it usable, and he failed. And the reason he failed is because It turned out there was not enough water to put out two simultaneous fires at the same time. We didn't have water sufficiency in those days. Now they put up a second tank and made it possible. Okay, so first of all, this map, which we were given on this handout, is completely insufficient for anything. It doesn't show one thing. It doesn't require that there be any description of the building. It was very nice what we saw, but it's just kind of like, okay, I'll make a building here, and this is what all the buildings will look like. Okay, I don't criticize that, but I'm just saying as a consumer, it's hard to see. So I think there's a couple buildings like the community center and like the ambulance pickup place that are big. They're bigger than, I don't think they mentioned the community center, but just sort of a little thing in that. So this architecture is difficult for me to see. So this thing, also, I have a fear that California Street and what's the other one? Buena Vista, for example, it will be irresistible to the builders to use that, those two accesses, which are nicely paved, fairly big, to use those places, and it's never said anything like we're gonna use that. Oh, we'll use Carlos. Carlos is a tiny, insufficient place that's sort of bounded by houses. I think it would be quite an effort. So those are my criticisms about access and usable places as far as the large buildings. So I think it was my 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker we have is Brad Diegues.
Oh. That's great, Diegues.
Okay.
So I'm the chair of the Mid-Coast Community Council, but I'm here speaking as an individual, not on behalf of the council. My email address is on the form, mtcgregg@gmail.com. I live at 367th Street in Mateo. And I want to comment on the lot layout, which I assume is within the bounds of this review. There are three things that I think need to be taken into account before this design can be finalized. The first is the firefighting water pressure. 39% of the Moss Beach hydrants are below the NWSB standards according to their 2017 report. When I gathered this data in 2018, I found the two worst hydrants were the two nearest this complex. So my question is whether or not the buildings being designed as larger structures can actually be firefought with the pressure that needs to be checked. Otherwise, it would affect the distribution of the buildings on the site and their size. And so I'm requesting that be looked into. You may not be aware that during the third year of the last drought, Montero Water Center District had to stop using the Alta Vista well because the average age of the water they were drawing went from 24 years to 3,000. So my concern is whether or not under drought stress, there's going to be adequate water pressure, and that should affect the layout of this property. I don't want to see an equity issue where lower income people are put at hazard by building a complex which is not escapable or firefightable, which relates to the next issue. We all saw the stormwater problems we have. We don't have a stormwater system here in the Mid-Coast that handles what we have already. There were 3 mudslides on Highway 1, one of which blocked a lane during the storm on December 31st, and made it difficult for me to get to the sewer plant to see the problems there, where it was also overflowing. My concern is that adding about 80,000 feet of impermeable surface in place of what now is something that can absorb some moisture puts us further at risk. And until the stormwater design is done, that also, I think, impacts whether this layout is sustainable for safety. I don't want to see the same thing happen that happened at Moon Ridge, where they built it in a floodplain. I don't know who didn't do what right, but Ocean Colony had no problem. Moon Ridge was flooded out. There are 250 cars on Wednesdays at 11 a.m. parked on the street that goes into and out of Moon Ridge. We cannot have that happen here. People won't be able to get out. It's not safe. It's putting low-income people and the whole neighborhood at risk if that stormwater problem is handled. This is a major county problem. There is no stormwater master plan for San Mateo County. They don't raise money for it. And since I asked on December 6th, there is no person in charge of DPW stormwater. So I'm concerned that you are being given an impossible challenge. You are asked to review a design without the necessary context for public safety in the design of this entire project. It's analogous to being on a sailing ship at sea. You're in the middle of a typhoon, the lightning's crashing, the rain's coming, and you're being asked to polish the bell on the mast. So you ought to worry first about the safety of the ship. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so the next speaker is Ann, and after that will be Sid and Bruce. Yeah, Sid and Bruce will be after. Yeah, please be interested in your name, address, and time.
Ann Rockman, 523 Kelmore Street, Moss Beach. midcoastann@gmail.com. I am Ann Rockman, a 30-year resident of Moss Beach, who leaves.
I'm sorry.
You get extra minutes. Okay. So, I'm starting. Sorry. So anyway, I live within the 300-foot radius of this map, but I was not informed of this meeting in writing. So I don't know if that was necessary, but I did not get that as a resident. I asked that development be proposed adhere to the 40 unit per year limit and decrease the overall size of the project due to the significant and possible life-threatening safety concerns, as well as significant sewer deficiencies outlined in my letter to you. Legally, 359 adults with the 2+1 rule may reside here. As for lighting of this project, I ask that a certified dark sky international consultant approved by the Mid-Coast Community Council be required for this project to reduce impact to the surrounding neighborhood and wildlife of this area. The MCC hosted Dr. Travis Longcore to speak to the public on this matter last night. He would be someone to consult with as he is working with planning commissions, builders, and counties across the United States. Light pollution has been linked to increased risk for breast cancer and prostate cancer due to the disruption of melatonin production in the body. Lighting that is more yellow or orange is more, would be less disruptive to migrating birds and wildlife yet visible to humans. Timers and motion sensing light requirements should be placed. The color of the buildings are not in keeping with the coast or the neighborhood. I request a subtle gray color be used. I agree with some of the structural recommendations in the letter that was in your website. Please reduce the number of units allowed due to many facts that I provided to board, and including this, that this is more information that no one had at the time of this proposed building. And this is the latest earthquake liquefaction information zones. 16th Street, this is the north side of this property right here is in the liquefaction zone. So when they tell you that it's safe for them, even the residents to exit Carlos, it may not be. That liquefaction zone goes all the way to 16th Street. Furthermore, if they can't put the multimodal trail there because it will be destroyed in an earthquake. So that means people can't walk. They can't, there's no safe passages to school. And so I think that is something that is part of this design and why a smaller development is necessary. Also, this year, there's a firehouse right here, right in this zone. So you should keep in mind that they need to be able to exit. And when you have 359 cars exiting, how are they supposed to get out? And they're proposed that Carlos Street is going to be one way. So I would like to respond appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our next speaker is Sid and Young.
When Sid's my nickname, Carlisle Ann Young is my legal name. I'm a resident of Moss Beach over on the other side of the highway in Seal Cove. And I would like to say in the name of environmental justice for the people in this community that are going to be living in the community who are low income, I will have to say, sounds like, that you need to have more on-site parking. And I saw that this plan, which you attached here,
has only 5 EV parking, chargers, and they're all down here near the community center. These other parking lots up here don't have any. So if Governor Newsom decided to have everybody stop buying gas-powered cars, you're gonna need to put 71 EV chargers in there, because otherwise that's just one per unit, but most people have more than 2 cars per house. And often, like the 3-bedroom one will probably have 3 or 4 cars. So it's really not fair to try to make everybody jockey around to use 5 EV chargers way down the hill. So, and the other thing was, I just object to the color. I'm not a big fan of barn red, and this is a coastal community. I don't know if you're married to that color or not, but I hope you can try to look and get some palettes that are more ocean hues, like gray, green, blues. There's like a whole palette of different color blues you could use. You don't have to make every single house the same color either in that project. So people can find, tell their friends, oh, I live in the greenhouse or the blue building or whatever. Anyway, I did mention about the evacuation, and on the coast, there's no evacuation plan for the whole county at this point, but they say they're working on it. The Caltrans has been working on a roundabout idea. They're proposing 3 roundabouts for Moss Beach. We don't have any stoplights between Montera and Moss Beach. Between Montera all the way down to the harbor. Once you get to the harbor, that's where the stoplights start, and that's where all the cars start backing up. So roundabouts are known to keep traffic flowing, and I think if you're gonna have, over 300 people living in there, all needing to leave to go to work or come home from work, it's very difficult to have them all bunched up accordion style waiting for a traffic signal. But it's obvious you're gonna have to do something. Also, I think you should consider restricting future traffic along Carlos. It's too narrow. Don't even, that's where there's a few residential buildings, but let them come, the project people come in from Highway 1 and not coming in and out via that narrow street. The site is prohibitive. As far as your bioretention ponds, I think that's inadequate for the storms we've recently had. All of downtown Moss Beach flooded. CAL FIRE had to come and close off intersections. And it might even spill over into the property right there on Carlos in front of your project. So I hope pretty much that's it. I did want to ask a question of Serena. How many of the 125 properties do you have that don't have overflow parking? They all do, I'm pretty sure. I've visited 3 or 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay, so the next speaker we have is Bruce McKinney. And after Bruce, we'll have Carl May and Carolyn Bryn. Please begin by stating your name, address, and email.
Bruce McKinney, 524 Stetson Street, Moss Beach.
Email address?
bmckinney@sbcglobal.net. It's on my speaker slip as well.
Thank you. Just need it for the record.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm going to read something I hope sounds familiar to the Design Review Committee. Setting. Midcoast has a unique character that makes it a desirable place to live. Although it is only a few miles from the more heavily urbanized Bayside, the Midcoast has its own coastal, semi-rural, small town, diverse character that residents value and want to preserve. It's a collection of 5 districts, distinct communities: Montera, Moss Beach, El Granada, Princeton, Miramar, each with individual neighborhoods differing in architectural size, scale, and character. Then I'm going to go back to, we know it's the Design Reviews Committee to maintain aesthetics, maintain neighborhood character. These buildings any new structure cannot appear massive or bulky. This project is both of those. Those buildings are huge. Does not fit with the character of our local small neighborhood. You talked about the parking. You talked about parking. We're not supposed to, but there's not enough parking for that on that property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next we have is Carl May.
Call May, 814 Sierra Street, you have my email on the slip. This project is the continuance of a historic mistake from the first LCP created for our coastside in 1980. That's the local coastal plan. It was brought into being by the Coastal Act of 1976, which was brought into being over the objections of the state by a vote of the people of California in 1972, Prop 20. The first LCP had this project in it. And this project, one at the south end of Moss Beach, one at the north end of El Granada. Those were done as a compromise with the county by over-the-hill environmentalists who did not live here, had no sense of our local character. The previous attempts developed by Jack Foster Jr. and others have been mentioned. I might mention that the other thing that derailed Foster was the economic conditions. Every time we've had overdevelopment come into the coastside, we hit a recession and the finances back off. Previous public meetings about this have taken place in Farallon View School, and which is our mid-coast area. Heavy objections from the locals to everything about the design of the project. So they held the next big public meeting in Half Moon Bay. This happens all the time. The project is out of character with the neighborhood. I've lived there since 1984, previous to that in Montero since 1974. This is single family homes. Many of them have a coastal character. The newer homes in the area are not quite as coastal in character, but if you walk through the neighborhood there is no way you can say the buildings in this project are in character with the neighborhood, or with the north end of Moss Beach, or with our coastal, mid-coastal communities in general. It's eclectic, to say the least, the design of things there. None of this monotonous, repeated design. The appearance of the buildings is out of character with the mid-coast. The appearance themselves. Walk around our neighborhood there. You won't find anything that looks like these buildings. This is San Mateo County's 70-year attempt, which started before the LCP and everything else with a guy named Dolger who developed Daly City, to force urbanization onto the coast side. And that serves developers, it serves builders, but it doesn't live here.
Okay, so the next speaker we have is Carolyn Quinn.
There you go. Hi, I'm Carolyn Ron, and I'm at 600 Conway Street in Moss Beach. And I'm a designer, and my husband's a designer as well. And what we don't understand as professional designers is why infrastructure and design review are being siloed as conversations, due to the fact that we begin at the beginning with the infrastructure. How is something going to be built? How is something going to be thought about, like stormwater, like the kids going to school in the morning? I've almost been hit by a fast Tesla, just hiking up Highway 1 so I can get to the safe place to get to the beach. I think design begins with the building of the infrastructure, and then you do the structures on top of the infrastructure, but they're inextricably linked. And the design of where the kids are going to catch their bus to school, and the design of the buildings as well, which they remind me of the Marine Corps barracks in Washington, DC, where I'm from. They're brick. They look a little bit like a penitentiary on some level. They don't look like a coastal building. And I don't understand why we don't have an EIR. I've done government contracting most of my career. It all begins with the EIR. You don't just plunk down buildings when there's no EIR. We have a right as residents to see the EIR. I know it's being worked on. We keep hearing that. We keep not seeing it, and we want to look at that. And more to the point, I don't understand how the fire department is going to get to the next fire. I know this last winter, 34 storms, our amazing fire captain, fire chief, said they were arborists. They were basically, you know, cutting through trees. They were, you know, evacuating people from homes where trees had fallen into their roofs. They're firemen, but you know what? They're actually doing the work of like 100 different California agencies. And I don't understand how we're going to get to the next disaster du jour. And we're going to have a horrible winter of storms again. And how are we going to take care of our fire department as well? And again, it goes back to design. I wish that we would be thinking about the design of the infrastructure and also wayfinding for our public works people and our fire department to do their jobs. Because this isn't just plunk a building down on a plot of land. It's think about all the tributaries that come out of that and deal with, you know, the things that we have to deal with as residents. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. And now the next speaker we have is Scott, at 495 Stetson. Scott.
Thank you. Hi, Scott Graham, 495 Stetson Street. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate I'm a contractor, retired, and I appreciate, I know all the work you guys have done to try to fit this into your, wherever you're coming from, but I'd like to say, and everybody's touched on it, the traffic is going to be outrageous, and that there's just almost no way that you can meet acceptably. There's just no way, unless they put like 3 stoplights on Highway 1. 2 people have been killed at the bottom of Carlos on Highway 1, turning into the lighthouse. Let's be real clear about this. 240 people living there is probably going to be 500 people. And you say maybe 400 trips of traffic a day. That's probably going to be 2,000 trips per day. You've got deliveries. So if you have 500 people, that's 4 trips per day. That's 2,000 trips per day. This project should not be allowed at all for that reason. It shows great insensitivity to the community. There's maybe only one person in our community who is in favor of this project. We are not in favor of this project. Ray Mueller, we are not in favor of this project. Let it be clearly known, I don't care what color, this project should not go through. It has not, as a contractor, you have to standards that must be met, traffic, you've got fire, you've got water, you've got sewer, you've got runoff, you got all these things, and they should be held to equal or more or greater responsibility than a single family home builder. So I think, and I'm tired of this rubber stamping and not listening to the community. This design review is just almost worthless. It's just a rubber stamp, and you guys are, we're upset as hell, and we will appeal this, and we will appeal it. We will try to deny it, and we will not make it easy for you to get this project, because you are destroying our community. That's all I have to say.
Okay, now we have our last speaker, Dolores Silva.
Hello, my name is Dolores Silva. I live at 1992 Carlos Street, which is on the same block as this project. And you're hearing what we have had to say for the last 7 years. None of this is new. We brought it up at every meeting. Yes, your presentation is good. I'm impressed. But it doesn't answer all the questions that we've had from the beginning. I don't understand why in this write-up, it says that this is going to come to the planning commission in December. Where's the EIR? We attended the planning commission meeting in December, this past December, where they were supposed to be scoping it. Well, and they're going to distribute this draft scope. We haven't seen it. It's July. How is it going to be finished in time for December? I mean, give us a realistic, your best guess at a schedule, because this really is, I guess these are questions really for the county, but these comments are not taken lightly. We need to have a realistic view of what is going to happen here. As far as the design concerns are, well, I think you've heard a lot today. I think that having a design review prior to an EIR is totally premature. None of our questions have been dealt with. Sid brought up the bioretention pond. It's right behind my house. Have you seen how much water pours down that hill? It's very steep, you admit it. It's very steep. How is that going to affect us? How is that going to affect the crossing that Sid pointed out there at 16th Street? I mean, there's Montera Creek. It's an issue. You're saying that it will no longer be appealed, that is not appealable to the Coastal Commission. How do you know? You haven't produced the EIR that tells us that. I mean, why are you being asked to review this? I think what we asked early on is that the EIR inform this project such that it becomes the size that this infrastructure can handle. The limitations in our LCP of 40 units a year are there for a reason, because we lack the infrastructure. So you can't just say we'll bypass it because it's not financially reasonable to do it in stages, or think of how much more problems it's going to cause you because there'll be construction going on all this time. Well, I'm sorry, but we don't have the infrastructure. Every coastal town here has that problem. Our sewer systems are totally inadequate. Our treatment systems are totally inadequate. What are you going to do about what happens to the ocean? Do you think the Coastal Commission would care about that? We feel that the county is not listening. We are disappointed.
Okay, our last speaker is Lenny Mendoza, who's participating on Zoom. So, Lenny, please accept this request. I'll mute your microphone, then begin speaking. Please begin by stating your name, address, and email address for the record.
Hi, it's Lenny Mendoza. Can you hear me okay? Hi, it's Lenny Mendoza, lenny@mendozas.com. My address is 1604 Sunshine Valley Road in Moss Beach. I am along with my family, a 30+ year resident of the coast between Montera and Moss Beach for the last 20 years. I am strongly supportive of this project. The coast is in urgent need of affordable housing. That has been true for a long time, and it was laid bare by the events in January. This project has been carefully designed to help ensure that it fits with the characteristics of our community. It has been scaled down to be much less intensive. The setback of the development from the surrounding neighborhood and the smaller buildings with plenty of landscaping help reflect the rural characteristics. And it's important that we move forward with this project. There are a number of concerns that have been raised that will be addressed in the EIR and should be considered in that context, not as part of a design review discussion. And as the owner of the Half Moon Bay Brewing Company and the founding chair of the Coastside News Group, which owns the Half Moon Bay Review and the Pacifica Tribune. I have a good understanding of the need of housing for our workforce, farm workers, and those who support our essential industries on the coast. This project will make an essential dent in that, and I'm excited to be enthusiastically supporting the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I've caught up on all the speakers' requests, and we have no more raised hands on Zoom. So Sheriff, please indicate if you'd like to close our public comment.
I'd like to close public comment.
Okay, then we'll go into our further discussion session.
Well, hardly anything that was spoken about just had anything to do with design review. Some things did, and it's things that we can't really address. We can address the buildings and stuff, and yes, it probably, it's a box that they need to check off. So everybody goes, that's the way the county works. They work very slowly. I live here too, and we're not the enemy. Like people thought. So yeah, there's lots of things wrong in design review as far as the standards go with these houses or these buildings. Some of them is the mass of the roof, the color, the singular color throughout. We're supposed, our projects, the things that we approve here with our standards are typically a mix. We haven't had to deal with it like this for a while. As far as coral reef and things like that, wasn't around during the days. But it seems like this has to be approached with a whole other look, like different style buildings. And there's probably an economic, I mean, obviously, I used to frame work in Newtown. And I know why there's no documents. But it probably is gonna have to be a mixture of buildings, not just different units in each building, like A, B, and C's, and compiled into different things and of different shapes. Your C1 is one that does provide a different articulate, you know, it makes a change, a footprint change, and it's one of the best ones.
So it's 3 through 6 here.
Yeah.
Can you pull up A1.01?
But, and so I just running down to lots of things, but the lighting, and one thing that you should consider here, and it's probably not part of my deal either, it's like, it's the same as your, the signage that you put out there, it's blew away during it, just a light swing. Things are really, it's really bugged out. And like anything, light fixtures can't be metal. My board, changing people, clear the room.
They rust.
They just fall. It doesn't matter if it's an outside shell, it's copper, it's everything that's inside it is not copper, and it just disintegrates. So like the one light fixture that you have, I don't know, it seems like seems sort of like a street lamp, but it's like shorter or something. I can just imagine like that, something like that would look like a short amount of time. So just consider the fact that you're getting the answer to the question when I said about building B. One down there is, I thought you were going to say to block the wind that's blowing up the valley. Because that's what it does all the time. So it's really, you know, it's all stacked in there. And I guess, I mean, they're at an angle and stuff, but I think that you're going to get better results if you, from us, if you really dig into that, our design standards. I mean, from the community, you dig into our design standards and try to accommodate them more. There's not big massive walls and things like that. To me, you know, like running back, one of the reasons that I kind of know that you want to understand the community as well is some of the images that are on it's like showing this perfect Monterey pine, you know, it's like, there's no perfect Monterey pine like that around here anyway, and they're all the Monterey pine are dying. they're all gonna be gone in the next 15 years or so. So, it's, can you show the picture of Perfect County of Pine? It's a rendering. So it just, I mean, yeah, we need to get a hold of somebody that lives out here to kind of get an understanding of it. These people are, that this, I'm Ontarian and have been here for, I've been here for 39 years. And it's a wonderful community and it's small and we're not used to anything like this. And you're gonna get a lot of pushback unless you do a lot of creative thinking and doing with your plans. And I want to summarize it. So anyway, if you want to
Okay.
talk about each thing.
Oh, sure. Can I share my screen?
So just connect to Zoom, go to agenda and connect to Zoom, and we'll just, I'll promote you to connect. Just connect to a few examples to share like.
I was gonna share some of my mark, you know, we can do it through your screen.
Oh, okay.
I'm not gonna be able to see my notes, but I'll tell you what pages I wanna go to. So let me get back over my file. So, I wanna say,
Something from.
yeah, makes sense to me now.
Yeah, so you want to share that?
Yeah, can you open up the file
Sure.
right now? I'll look through it. So. So if we start with, I'm just gonna kind of go page by page, starting looking at page 1.01. I think that the buildings 3, 4, 5, and 6 feel to me like they're the most compliant with the articulation aspects of our guidelines because they're staggered, right? So some of the buildings, most of the buildings are just under a single gable form. But those buildings, which are the ones which you pointed out as being closest to Sierra Street, the building on the bottom of the page there, are working a little bit better because they're breaking down the massing by shifting the volumes on each other, right?
It doesn't matter, so the file you sent me, basics.
Oh, okay. I'll just tell you which pages I want. If you could go to sheets 4.01, page 26. So page 26, this is a volume in which there's some wall articulation, right? It's still under one major roof form and they're stepping in. I would say the primary things that I look for in terms of compliance with the guidelines are going to be articulation of roof forms, articulation of massing, and stepping in of the second story. And obviously, you know, I know that you're working with the reiteration of unit types, and so you've got the same unit types downstairs as upstairs, and that makes, and there's cost factors making, you know, the 2-story walls make more sense. I do think that if you go to 4.02, there is an opportunity everywhere where you have vertical circulation to break the roof form, to either switch to a flat roof, to pop something up, to pop something down, like trellis. And if you utilize everywhere that you have vertical circulation as a place to break the roof form, that would help make the forms more compliant with the guidelines. The small, on building site A, the east elevation, the small enclosure for the electric meters. I think that shed roof, and I think this is something Katie noted in her letter also. I think that's the only place where we have a shed roof, except for there's the one roof on the community building. But that could potentially be another gable or a secondary roof form that was more complementary to the primary roof forms, and that would bring this structure more into compliance with the guidelines. If you go to sheet 4.04, so page, this one. So here you've got this, okay, so there is another shed roof. So here you've got this secondary roof form, which is helping to break down the massing. And I think that building type B, the west elevation, that's a good example of where I feel like this building is meeting the guidelines with breaking down the massing in a secondary roof form, and not the entire building is 2 stories, right? So I think bringing in the second story, that's helpful. If you look at the south elevation, elevation 3 though, it feels like the upper floor is heavier compared to the bottom floor, that it looks like it's stepping out relative to in. So that's making it feel a little bit more massive, and I think also that if it were the reverse, if it were a little bit wider on the first floor and narrower on the second floor, that roof profile would probably be more pleasing proportions also. I have the question on this page also about whether there's a trim board dividing, so you have the 6 inch and a 9 inch siding. And so I was wondering about water penetration where those two are the roof, so if there's a board dividing them, I think that's helpful. We heard a lot of comments around the color. I mean, subjectively, I kind of like barn red, but it is a lot of dark. I mean, I guess one thing is I appreciate the subtleness of the variation, that it's just the 6 inches versus this 9 inch, that it's textural, that it's tone on tone. I think that's pretty sophisticated. I think for a project of this scale, some bigger moves may be necessary to break down the massing. I think it's a very smart move, but I think it's not providing enough to break down the massing of buildings of this size. And I think it's interesting how, so the colors which appear in the residential buildings appear in the community building as a trend, right? So you've got that kind of callback, which I like, so I think there could probably be more. And I think it might be helpful if there was either an intermediary color, like someone mentioned, greens and blues, there's lots of colors that appear in nature, so I'm not here to tell you what a natural color is, but I do think, again, if you have this many units, I agree with one of the speakers who said, oh, it would be helpful if we could say I'm in the yellow building or I'm in the green building, or if there could be some way to articulate the units from each other more using more color, texture, variation. Going on to page 4.06. Here's, I'm gonna zoom in a little bit on this one. So here's another place where I think there's an opportunity to break the roof with a vertical circulation. And if you zoom in on the building site level 2, C2 unit plan, it looks, this one here, it looks to me like the balcony doesn't reach the front door. So I don't know how you get into that unit. So that's not really under our purview, but it's so
Thank you.
And then I think, are these like trash cans on the landing there? There's a little trash enclosure there on the balcony.
Water heaters.
Oh, water heaters, okay. So, and then the area behind them, I just couldn't tell if that would be an opportunity to break the wall or what that looks like almost a closet is at the end of the landing. But that seemed like another place where something could pull in or push out or create a little bit more articulation to help break down the massing, because unlike the buildings on the Sierra Street side, which have the jog, this building is really just looking like one big rectangle. So I think some pretty small moves around breaking up roof forms and wall forms can help to bring those buildings closer into compliance with the guidelines. And then on 4.07, so page, so tell me if you want to slow down, just like racing through my notes. So in building type D, there's these 2 bathrooms that are in the middle. And again, Melbourne's really tough with unit types and we're trying to keep these buildings affordable. But that also seems like a place where someone could jog in or jog out and create a little bit of articulation on what's otherwise a pretty long and uninterrupted phase.
And just to clarify, you're saying the bathroom for the bathroom?
Yeah, like it's a bathroom guys, and it's bigger. I mean, I know that you must be trying to limit the number of different unit types you have here. And I see that in a lot of places you'll have like a C2 next to a C2 next to a C2 next to a C2. So I don't know if you go to the next sheet 4.08, for example. So here's where we start to get into the bigger buildings, right? And here I was wondering, like, well, does it have to all be B1s? Is it like 8 B1s on top of 8 B1s? Could you put an A on the ends? In this, could could you, and I'm just talking about the mouth, like, could this unit be an A unit, which I think are the smaller ones, instead of a B unit? Could the end units be something different? Or you said, the reason why, could end units on the second story be community terraces and the balconies so that the second story is stepped in? So if it's 2, 4, 6 units on the first floor, could it be 4 units on the second floor, which would bring the roof line in? Those ends, could be roof, they could be terrace, they could be smaller units, they could be any number of things, or alternately, the first floor could have the bigger units, the 3-bedroom units. I'm going to do backwards now, sorry, but the on 4.01, which is anyways, building type A, you don't have to go back to it, I'm just gonna say, building type A has variation, but the widest parts are the outside face, instead of having a skinnier part of the outside face, which would help to, yeah, that's the one. So it's widest at the outside, and then it goes in and it goes out. So, I mean, I know it doesn't work to just flip those, but again, same principle. If there was something smaller at the outside edges, then when you approach the building, you wouldn't have as much long uninterrupted wall. And then going down to the community building, sheet 4.10. So here you've got a secondary roof form at the entrance, and you have this angle roof eave on one side. I kind of wonder why it's on one side and not the other side, but it's just sort of a broader brush stroke. That's an interesting design that could be reiterated elsewhere in the project to create a little bit more continuity between the community building and the other buildings, maybe add some visual interest to the other buildings, having this secondary roof form stepping up onto the roof form. That's generally the kind of thing we like to see some breaking down of the massing. And so I would say that's a move, like the staggering of buildings 3 through 6 that I think is successful. It would probably be nice to see reiterated elsewhere in the project, and especially in some of the bigger buildings. I think that building type E is probably the most problematic for me. I didn't even make notes on that one. I just said it's too long and unbroken. Because with the kind of medium-sized buildings, I feel like there's some, we go back to just a site plan, there's like up to one of the top ones, the color one's nice.
This one's
Yeah, perfect. So, I mean, actually, listening to all of the audience, I think you've done a great job breaking down the massing of this many units on a macro level, the way they're around this central courtyard. I hear all the community comments around just the sheer number of units. I mean, there's about 3,500 people in Moss Beach, so the number of units you're adding is actually a pretty significant change to just the demographics of the whole community. But I think that the breaking down of all the buildings around the interior of the courtyard and all the buildings along Sierra Street, that feels to me like really best practice as to how to try to make these kinds of units feel residential, feel rural. But then there's these big bars along the outside. And those are some of the things that are going to be pretty close to the street, pretty close to the neighbors in the rear. So I feel like those buildings need to be treated more like the buildings on the interior. I guess, I think is this on the upper right-hand corner out from Lincoln, is that a road or is that a footpath?
It's just an emergency vehicle access, idea, I think is to gate that, but not, it's not intended as a regular access at all. It really is just another point of access for the fire department.
Okay, well, that's good to know. There is another kind of access for the fire department. I mean, I think that the issue, sorry.
It's not a county road. It's not a county road.
No, that's what we said. It's just an access for the fire department. So again, the issues around whether, what the access is, what the parking impacts are I'm not in any way qualified to address that. When the question, it's clear there is probably room for more overflow parking on this site. I'm sure you've heard, and I saw you taking notes through the community comment period. Someone did recommend garden which was interesting, because I also, people came up and talked to me, and said, oh, there's gonna be 3 or 4 cars, and I thought, also there's a comment about the electrical charging stations, and it could be that there are gonna be mandates, but I also think that with this community access to public transportation, maybe, there may not be 3 or 4 cars, unless there are 3 or 4 families in some of these homes, which does happen a lot in our community, that you see, families, extended families, new homes.
I think they regulate.
Yeah, I know that they've met more than what the county has required for the number of parking spots. And again, every time you're adding parking, unless you're doing it with pervious paving, you're putting traffic considerations up against environmental and stormwater considerations, so there's clearly a balance, a line you have to walk. And then also open space requirements. So I'm definitely hearing from the community that there's a real concern around traffic and parking, and I'm sure that's something to take into consideration. I think that with regards to what's in our purview to discuss, it's really the breaking down of the massing and the articulation. I think there's a lot of moves that have been made here to make this many units feel appropriate to the neighborhood character, and some of these buildings are doing that successfully. That's more monologue. What do you think, Mark?
I already said my sorry.
Okay.
The other thing I do want to make is the lighting again, because you did say it's down lighting, but it's globed on the bottom, it still makes it, right, I mean, it's dark sky.
Yeah, I guess I would just put it back to the applicant's role here and have discussion if you want to discuss.
Yeah. Well, and I'll just, thank you for the comments, and the thoughtfulness of going through those. And obviously we'll have to sort of take this around internally. If it's okay, I might just, talk about a few of these things, and not to argue any of these points, but, just to share about. I think broadly, I think everyone understands, maybe I'll just say this again. And one, I want to say thanks to obviously to the neighborhood for comments, and we certainly understand the point about the infrastructure, and we could talk about that, but maybe today's not the day. We'll be talking about that, and we're certainly, that's all sort of super critical, and we're doing a lot of work on that. On the design side of this, this is a lovely neighborhood, meaning this, right, the surrounding, and it built up over time. Every house a different character. It's lovely. We want to do something that is going to work for that neighborhood, but we can't, of course, recreate it because we're building something different, kind of its own community, a little bit its own neighborhood. And so what we're trying to do, and you guys are helping us, is how do we create the right level of character, but realizing that we're not going to get a series of personal homes that have happened over time. And there's a wonderful collection of things in the neighborhood, all of it. Well, so that's our challenge here. And I think and we did work hard, and credit to Mid-Penn, who really embraced the idea of trying to make small buildings here. I think some of these, I have to remember, I don't need to talk to a mic here. There's no mic. Like this, the longer building, yeah, we get it. It's like, well, that's a long building. And part of it was when we looked at separating this and spread it out on the site and increase the, and we're up against an easement here. So there are things we could do. I think these were great comments that were just made here. We could pull it apart again, conceivably, but it does add a little cost, and it just spreads things out a little harder. So we kind of opted for keep it together, and in some way that's less visual. But I'm just sharing that. I think your thoughts about it are a useful thing for us to talk about internally. The other thing I would say, and I think this one, I think for us too, it's like, yeah, we get that. The thing we would say about these buildings is this is kind of where we, in a way, put the most building footprint. We actually think it's the part that's least visible, really, from the larger neighborhood. And the neighborhood will tell us if they think that's true or not. But, obviously we have a neighbor here. But, as folks know, driving up and down Carlos there, pretty good slope there, some existing trees, we'll add some trees. Well, you don't see that very much. And to your earlier point about views, it's so much lower. And we actually work pretty hard to give folks, everybody some access to the amazing view there, because they're living there, they should have that. So we felt like the scale of putting a little bit longer buildings here worked overall and actually kind of let us break up the other buildings. I hear you. The color, we're not married to the color. We like the color. I think the comments were good about maybe we can give that a little more thought. One thing about the roof forms we'll just say is we're always thoughtful, more so than ever now, about how the solar panels will work. And everybody knows as you get more elaboration of the roofs, it'd be nice. Also, then that can make your solar panels more awkward and look awkward. So we're going to try to find a balance, because that's certainly, we don't know how much solar we can afford. We're required to certainly do some, but we always want to design it so that we allow the potential for.
And have you guys looked at like ground locations?
Covered parking anyways.
Yeah, we don't, the most cost-effective place is to put it on the buildings. Yeah, far away. Yeah. So that's probably where it would be. I'm thinking about, the site lighting is, I appreciate those comments, is super important, and we will be very thoughtful about it. I mean, the goal really is, to provide the right amount of lighting here to keep it really not light on the outside here. We don't need that lighting. Neighbors don't need to look at it.
LED is getting better now anyway, but at first it was awfully bright.
Oh, well, yeah.
And there was recently the fire station development in Element Auto that came in with a lot of light that's generated a lot of concern. And
Yeah.
the community, so I
Yeah.
think there's a lot of sensitivity there.
Yeah, it's really critical. So we're right with you on that, and I appreciate the comments about metal fixtures. And actually, that's a good reminder for us always. I think you guys were actually on the coast side, watch the salt air every day. Yeah. Those are some initial responses back. And I guess, I don't know, if you guys have other things you want to delve into, or yeah, I mean, obviously we have to talk about this. Yeah.
Will the gutters be on the buildings, or are they just gonna run right off onto the ground?
No, we'll have gutters, and just briefly on the stormwater, and thanks for that comment, and there is a stormwater plan we've worked with civil engineer, Joni's worked on, and the runoff all gets collected and controlled on site, which means there are basins that slow it down and so on and so forth. But we definitely hear folks who say, boy, weather seems a little more extreme. So we're super conscious that civil engineer is, all of the buildings do have gutters, and those gutters go into pipes that direct it basically to the stormwater retention. Yeah.
So are you gonna plan the parking lots and the sidewalks to be pervious? Because otherwise the buildings would be the only impervious surfaces.
Yeah, they are probably not impervious. We've sized the basins to be big enough to handle runoff off the parking as well.
So you're planning hard.
Yeah, and we did talk about doing impervious. It gets that much harder when you're on a slope and you've got to support fire trucks and all this kind of stuff. And I don't know if Joni has any thoughts about that when we talk about it, but right now it's planned to be impervious.
But because
Yeah, sure.
I was just gonna add, exactly that, there's good cross flow. We want to be able to manage the water, not have it flowing very fast on the slope, and be able to catch it and detain it in a grass and basin. So it is drained.
But the natural drainage to the north there is creek down to the north. Why would the overflow want to go there instead of onto Carlos?
Well, the only thing is, we really have the pre-development right on site. So there it goes off, if it ends up going out to the creek, it's going to be filtered and cleaned and then.
And slowed down, yeah.
And I was just gonna add that the other, our experience with the slope and pervious paving is that it flows right past it in one, but it also works to degrade the permeability of it. And our site doesn't have a whole lot of percolation. It's not a real curve.
Yes, so it wouldn't go anywhere if it went through the paving.
Fill it with gas and it should be
Is the, I'm sorry, I didn't really study the civil plans that closely, but the area you're calling out there with like the 5 red trees, is it a subgrade, retention, or is it a bioswale?
It's
combination?
basically, it's a planted bioswale and, retention basin. Yeah. And there are others, around the site.
Yeah, there's actually a big one here, actually kind of like, there's one here. There's actually some in here, I believe.
Yeah, and along the edge.
And
We're
along-
trying to disperse it as much as we can, as close as we can disperse.
Well, my concern is that the Montero Creek flows right into an area of biological significance. So that's the Fitzgerald Marine Reserve.
Absolutely, no, and it will be filtered and it will, I mean, that's part of the deal, we have to treat it before it's released, and that will come through the IR process too. Yeah, so we're trying to stay ahead of that and doing good practices, and thinking about how we manage it.
And I'm glad to take questions, I'll let you guys.
Can I ask about the solar panels? I'm just concerned about those on top of the buildings and how the light reflects back into the neighborhood and just the sight of it.
Yeah.
You know, I'm really concerned about that, and maybe you can put that in the argument for the county buildings.
Yeah,
Rather not in all the residential.
Yeah, thank you. It generally works out that, you know, our roofs kind of are running this way, meaning sloping like this. Generally, then the best way to slope them would be that way, so generally it's not towards the neighborhood. In fact, I think nowhere is it really towards the neighborhood. It would be.
Yeah, and I was thinking of the big ones back here too as well.
But yeah, this would be.
So on the bottom.
Near Sierra. Those are water tanks.
Oh, the buildings 3 through 6.
That's, yeah, come on up. Yeah, those are the water.
Talking about
Yeah,
as well.
yeah, right. And so those would be sloping this way, if that makes sense, right? So because this is kind of southwest, right? And so the solar panels would be really looking that direction.
All on the
Not-
side facing Highway 1, yeah? They're all on the side facing Highway 1.
In fact, if you go to that view,
And so we can kind of catch like it's like on the corner, so when you see, as my site goes towards Highway 1, that's kind of in our line of sight. You know what I mean? All those 4 buildings down there are right in my sight line.
Well, there are a lot of new trees planted, but are you sure that under the car? On the car,
Yeah, so I'm talking about, I guess that's kind of Stetson, like Stetson, and then I'm in front of Stetson and Helmore. So we kind of just kind of look right down the side to make sure that nothing is, in my records that I wanted to light coming up, so that it would ruin my view.
Yeah, well, there are requirements for non-reflective materials, including non-reflective roofing materials in the guidelines. And of course, we're seeing a lot more solar panels and solar panels required on a new development. But, and they can be kind of reflective, but they're very dark. So it's not like a light, you know, silver or white kind of material that you see in there. I haven't had a crazy thing there coming off of.
All new transit.
Yeah.
but thank you. We'll show that it is on the roof plan, but we'll clarify that. But it is a good point that it wouldn't be reflected, yeah.
Sorry, I'm a mom and a pet owner. I don't see a playground, basketball court, tennis courts, a dog run. Every family in Moss Beach has at least 1 dog and maybe 2 or 3 cats. I mean, if you live in our neighborhood, like all the cats hang out, they get in fights, the dogs bark at each other. But what about the kids? Because I know when I walk through the mid-end projects, there's kids everywhere. Where are they gonna play? Like, this is a big deal.
Where are they gonna wait for their school bus on Highway 1? I'm very concerned about kids getting killed on Highway 1, and what's the design for that? It is designed.
What school bus?
You don't have to say, well, my point is, like, transportation, how are they gonna?
Let's not grill them.
But maybe we take these two one at a time. I mean, there is, and Jody can jump in. You know, even if you zoom in, there's actually quite a lot of play space, and we work pretty hard to make some flat spaces right around that community building. Yeah, some actual play areas for the smaller kids. Obviously, the bigger kids are gonna spread out, right? They're gonna use the whole territory. So this is all kind of a meadow area that can be play area for the kids. So there's a pretty healthy amount of space for that. And then there's activities in space inside.
And then a dog run.
Yeah, we haven't, no designated dog space. We know folks will have it. Is that right, Tony? Yeah, good.
I'm like a big animal lover, and the dogs need to exercise, they can't be cooped up in little apartments all day long.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, people that let their cats out lose them because we have a lot of wildlife that are predators. So you might want to let the new tenants know about the fact that we have cougars walking through our neighborhoods. And of course, the usual bobcat, foxes, raccoons, that kind of thing. But we have bigger critters than over the hill.
Yeah. And you know, I think one of the things that I appreciate that Nintendo, you know, is willing to do is kind of have a path through here. Certainly that's going to be dog walking out for the neighborhood, but for the residents, you know, so I think folks will be out walking their dogs around this neighborhood. And one of the things that we've done here, and not important detail, is make sure that all of this is graded so it's on kind of an accessible route so you can really walk around, and people of all abilities, right? You don't have to go big steps and stuff. We really put a lot of energy into making the site, you know, it's still sloped, but low enough slope that it's comfortable to walk around. And that's going to be part of the dog walking, the kids that will.
Are you in charge of the plumbing? Like, will there be low flow, everything? Because there's a lawsuit from Half Moon Bay to the other two sewer districts, and Half Moon Bay is using 62% of this treatment plant right now. And today they had their status meeting, and they're not gonna review it again until next year.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, yes, we gladly are in charge of the plumbing, and yes, absolutely, it'll be low flow, and that matters just for the cost of water these days, and so it's important.
And sewer is the main thing.
Does anyone have any more design related comments or anything? Okay.
Hold up, change the colors.
I'm wondering regarding design, how are people going to safely access transportation?
Well, that'll be covered in the EIR.
When's the EIR coming out?
When is it projected?
We'll have
Within the next-
within the next 6 months.
6 months, okay, and we won't have a meeting before then.
They can't be separated.
We had 34 power outages in Moss Beach this past winter, in 6 weeks. We had 20 sanitary districts discharged into the oceans because we had no infrastructure.
That will be covered.
We had locals killed on Highway 1 to Moss Beach because there's no restriction. People fly through Moss Beach, and people will certainly fly through that corner that has no visibility for anyone coming from down from the. I mean, this thing is. I'm sorry.
No, you'll get the analysis in the EIR. You know, it takes long because it's a very in-depth analysis. It will cover pedestrian safety. It'll cover the wastewater pollution or capacity of the system. It'll cover all those things, but they're not gonna have the technical responses for you today.
I have a question though. I did a government contractor, a designer for 20 years, 25 at this point. The EIR comes first.
Well, think about it this way. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. The EIR comes first. Before you start design reviews, before you start putting up stakes and saying, this is our footprint, here's what you're doing is putting a visual representation of what it's gonna look like before you've done the EIR, and that's due diligence, and that is design. And I don't like the two subjects being siloed because it's the same thing. It's design, and the design is in the infrastructure. And I don't understand why we have to talk about this and that, they're the same.
I hear what you're saying.
Great,
It's actually interesting because the CDRC is requiring project design changes. And so you can have an EIR that's put out that represents a particular version of a project, but actually it sounds like things are gonna have to change a bit, okay?
But every
So-
project I've ever
Well,
worked
let me
on,
do-
any
can I
government
finish?
project, the EIR comes first. The design is part of that, it grows out of that.
No, there's been instances in the county where the project is, it's just a recommendation. This is not a decision of approval or denial. So it's just a recommendation of the project.
So once the EIR comes back.
If it stays the same, only if it stays the same does it keep going forward. If there's minor changes, that's fine. From the design that's represented in the EIR. And this is kind of fortunate because if there's some design changes that happen here, it can still be included in the EIR. Because the EIR has to discuss impacts to scenic corridors, impacts to view vistas, and things like that. And if the building configuration is gonna change, then you have to go in, you have to like revise the EIR. So this is just a recommendation. There are times that the county has processed, or had a design review meeting for recommendation prior to the CEQA document coming out. The CEQA document doesn't talk about articulation. It doesn't talk about, roof slopes. It talks about impacts to critters and traffic and plumbing and parks. So, we're not talking about window sizes and things
If
like
the
that.
EIR comes out and it says they need to put a roundabout in there, who pays? What about the factors?
The county's already working with Caltrans on the improvement of those intersections.
I know, but I live in Los
It will
Angeles
discuss, who
They
pays.
promised us a roundabout when Big Wave was starting down there on Airport Street, and then poof, it went away. And so we're still waiting since then.
The county's still working on those intersections, and it takes forever, it takes a long time to get through Caltrans. So it'll say, it'll.
And I'll make it blunt, it just came out in 2021, this was never available.
It'll be included in the geo review of the EIR.
Okay, it goes right on the property line, and it goes right to.
It's subject to the current regs, so if that's, the official map, then it'll be reviewed by the geo.
It is the official map, it
consultant.
came from California government.
Yeah.
This is
So
it.
I know you guys are just chomping at the bit with the
Yeah.
environmental things, but we do have to wait a little while. Let the experts fully review the project and all the technical reports. We'll release it. It's subject to a 30-day review period. It'll likely be longer, okay, to give you a little more time to absorb it. And then you'll have a comment session after that where you guys, can write your letters and things like that. And then it'll go to a hearing where you can then express your concerns both about design review again or about environmental again. And just, give them a little time to absorb the comments they received today, specifically those about the design, and come back with the revised project.
Right, because also we haven't gotten to this yet, but it sounds like we're moving towards a continuation for this project, and that the applicant is going to request probably a continuation and not a vote at this moment on this project. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this project is not passing design review today, and when the applicant has a revised design that addresses all of the things that we discussed today, they'll come back, we'll do all this all over again, and we'll continue to have discussions, hopefully finer and finer grain, and focus on the things which we addressed today, and not on new things. We all understand that there's a lot of other issues here, and I share your feeling. I would love to have an environment and have support before I have to do this today. The county is a big body with a lot of different pieces in motion. So,
Do you live on the coast?
Yes, I do.
Have you driven through Moon Ridge and seen, there's still mud on the streets, that's the flood in
I do,
January.
I lived here for a decade, not nearly as long as our others. Remember? 440
But I'm
years.
saying, have you seen all the mud that's still on the street? That's unincorporated San Mateo County.
Yes, I also live in unincorporated San Mateo
I
County.
do too. I'm just saying, they don't take care of us like a city would.
I hear you, I agree with you on that.
Fair.
But, we're only tasked with a limited piece of the review of this design. We understand that there are concerns about many aspects of this development. We understand that it's a big development.
places if you're in the planning commission.
Yeah, yeah,
I mean, the most appropriate place to get there.
yeah. And that's still a recommendation. It's going to the board for the decision.
Right, so even when the applicant comes back and has satisfied all of Mark and my concerns around colors and group forms and all of those things, and any other members of the committee who show up for, that at some point, I anticipate, we will make a recommendation for approval, and then it will move to the next step, and that also will be a place where your voice can be heard. So there's a lot of places where you can and should come forward and make your voices as a community heard about how you feel about the development. It's entirely possible that the EIR will indicate that this is too many minutes. I don't know what we are saying, but that's not something that we.
It's so remote, and the people that live there are gonna have to drive to wherever they're going, most likely, like everybody else in this beach. But, you know.
Can I respond to one?
For the Moss Beach gas.
I mean, I always need to sit and stop the building.
It's too bad some people are controlled so much of the. But they are. Use your. You're sitting in the.
Did the applicant have one for what closing?
Well, I just wanted to make one clarification point about the EIR. The EIR is not complete. That is the county's responsibility. The county is in the middle of doing that EIR. Mid-Penn has, I think many of you have seen them before, but I just want to make sure people are aware who have not, that Mid-Penn has prepared about 20 different environmental reports, traffic, stormwater, safety, geotechnical, a lot of different things have been analyzed very extensively, have been publicly available or on the county's website. If you look at the county's website, there's a project specific page where you can find multiple reports that do go into a lot of the issues you're asking.
So take a look at that, but I wouldn't comment yet until you have all the EIR, and then the official comment period will open. So anyway, thank you all for being here
One of
tonight.
the other EIR said it was gonna go right into Montero Creek, and I'm just not on board with that because that flows right into the marine reserve.
Yeah, take a look, because that is especially protected. It's an area of special biological significance. Thank you all. Have a good night.
Yeah, it's,
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry.
I'll do a roll call. Offset one. Okay, media. Thank you, everyone. I have a housekeeping problem.